Okay, got my Diet Coke. Let me try what I get.
All right. Going to begin. In accordance with the Open Public Meeting Act and state law, be advised that a notice of this meeting was made by posting on the bulletin board at the town hall and forwarding of the officially designated newspapers. This meeting will take place at the Milburn Education Center at 7 p.m. on April 7th, 2026. Meeting details and draft agenda were also posted on our township website. Please all stand to salute the flag. Pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Roll call, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Here.
Mr. Cosgrove?
Here.
Mr. Rudo?
Here.
Mr. Stoller? Mayor Sakamanti?
Here. May I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I move.
May I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, may I have a motion to approve the March 3rd, 2026 Township Committee regular meeting minutes? May I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
Okay. May I have a motion to approve March 3rd, 2026 special Township Committee meeting regular minutes?
Motion.
Regular meeting minutes.
Motion.
May I have a second? All those in favor?
Aye.
All right, reports. I'll start off. The environmental, EC first. The Environmental Commission has partnered with Great Swamp Watershed Association for their Plant for Pollinators program. A wide variety of native species plants are available for purchase online from their 2026 native plant catalog. The sale will run through April 21st, but don't wait to make your purchase because some popular plants may sell out early. This is an easy way to start or add to your pollinator garden and to help restore and support native habitats. Plant pickup will take place on Saturday, May 2nd from 9 a.m. to noon at the building in Giro Park, adjacent to the parking lot on the White Oak Bridge Road in Short Hills. Please bring boxes to put your plants in for the ride home. You can find the native plant program at greatswamp.org. Click on the green native plant button on the top of the page or visit the Environmental Commission's page on the Township's website. Additionally, I wanted to address something from our last meeting. Comment was made about where the Environmental Commission was during the round 3 affordable housing settlement. I just want to set the record straight. None of the current EC members were serving on the commission during that time, and several of them actively opposed the overdevelopment in their capacity as private citizens. I think it's important the current commission members not be tagged with that history. Planning board. The planning board met and approved an application for a new exterior entrance for Restoration Hardware at the Short Hills Mall. Stephen Stoller, over to you.
Thank you. Recreation Committee Taylor Park Pathway Lights project is now completed. Lights go on every day at around dusk and go off at 10 p.m. when the park closes. So if you guys want to walk by and check that out. Full resurfacing and the ADA ramp projects moving along. They're on schedule to be completed by that May 1st date, which is what we set. And also a reminder to everyone, if you want to register for the pool membership before May 1st to get your free guest pass. Special Improvement District. Spring is here. The Explore team reminds shoppers to use the parking deck for 1 hour of free parking. So it's open for 1 hour free parking now to free up the street spaces. Business owners should, really tell their customers about this free parking and save a few dollars. Mulching of tree pits and spring planting around town will happen on April 23rd, and the street cleaning and weeding program will begin on May 10th. Finance Committee, we're introducing the budget tonight. We'll get into that later. BOE, I went through an extensive list of things last time. And really pretty much at Open Space Tax Fund Advisory Committee. Had a meeting on Monday night. It's going to be up. The minutes will be up and such. Nothing really there. Affordable housing, I'll defer to council. That's it.
Great. Committeeman Cohen,
I don't have anything tonight.
Deputy Mayor Cosgrove.
Thank you, Mayor. I'll give a little more on open space. The open space, there were 4 applications on that were discussed. And the applications as they're applied for are going to be posted on the open space website. So people can actually see those. And I would encourage folks, if you have an open space project, to look at that website, fill out the form. For one, that's near and dear to you. Next was HPC, Historic Preservation. They have a meeting this Thursday. They've got 3 applications on. Arboretum, the Hartshorn Arboretum. They're looking right now at fixing up the entry steps, the sidewalk, and part of the stone wall out. So that's the latest. Thank you.
Committeeman Cerruto.
Good evening. I want to just wish a belated Buena Pascua, Happy Easter, and hug some to those celebrating in the community. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. I did, and want to just report on a number of things going on. In particular, reminder that Friday, April 24th is Arbor Day. Lots of things going on with Shade Tree Advisory Board. I'm wearing blue tonight, not just because I'm a proud Millburn Miller, but because April is World Autism Awareness Month. Many of you know I have autism living within my home. So it touches my family in particular. Flood Mitigation Advisory Committee. So Mayor Sacamanda and I met, and I don't want to steal your report, but we met with with various towns on the Railway River Coalition, Mayor's Railway River Coalition, and Flood Mitigation is meeting tomorrow. Pedestrian Safety Advisory Committee met this morning. We're talking about a number of big projects, in particular the intersection of Whittingham Terrace and that crosswalk, as well as you'll see on the agenda tonight, loading zones, restrictions, and being conscious all around town, especially as it's getting warmer out and people are out on the streets. Should be on the sidewalks, but if you're on a bike, on the streets. And being really conscious, especially by the schools. So one line from this morning was make eye contact before crossing. So that means both parties, the person driving or the person on a vehicle or a bicycle of some sort, and the person crossing. Make eye contact before crossing, right? Holiday Lighting Committee met on Friday. Lots of great stuff going on with that. We're gonna have temporary, basically example poles and example decorations put together for our committee to take a look at and finalize and kind of actualize them in person. Mr. McDonald and I walked it downtown with Jersey Central Power and Light. We're looking to remove a number of telephone poles. We actually have some commitments that we're going to have some motion on that. We're going to be meeting with the Department of Transportation in a week and change to talk about Route 24. Keep an eye on millburn250.org for information about future events and ways to get involved with the 250th celebration. I also want to report that the mayor and I met with the forester and engineer to talk about different ways to protect our trees in town, and there'll be ordinances forthcoming, in addition to stormwater management. And I just want to make sort of an announcement that I'm looking to create and looking for interest for a arts council. So there's been several different people who have been interested in art through the year. I see people in the audience who've been involved, whether it's the Creative Collective, Art Advisory Committee, CETA, beyond. right? And I think we need a centralized, explore Milburn. We need a centralized way of looking at and process of putting together and putting forth artwork. So I'm looking for interest. I asked the community to email me or email Mr. McDonald, and see if we can get something together. I think we need to be focused and classy and diligent and creative. So that's the end of my report.
Would you like that on new business for the next meeting?
I would. Thank you.
Business Administrator McDonald?
Thank you, Mayor. Just a few piggybacks on the committee members' reports. The Milburn Avenue improvements that we will be doing temporarily to begin with, after the consent agenda items that approve some things for Essex County, we'll be putting in angled spaces as well as a temporary shortening of the crosswalk at Whittingham over the next few days. DPW and the police department will be involved in that, which will, again, be temporary as we sort of look and identify, how all of that works there. The goal being that hopefully this becomes a permanent installation, but that will be our first step in that. Just a reminder that the public information session on April 13th at the library for the eastbound train station, pedestrian safety improvements as well. That begins at 6:30 in the auditorium at the library. The 250 events, there's a lot of exciting stuff happening. So please check out the website, 250.org. Milburn has a lot of great energy and things going on with that. In particular, the Arbor Day celebration where we're going to be planting 13 trees in Taylor Park in representation of 13 colonies, as well as an exciting May event in partnership with the Paper Mill Playhouse. So just want people to keep an eye on that website. A lot of lecture series, different things going on. And lastly, the Memorial Day Parade is on tap for Monday, May 25th at 11 a.m. as it usually is. And so those that are interested in participating, the form is located on the Township's website for participants, along with the rules for the parade that are displayed on the Township website. So if you're interested in or your organization is interested, please fill that out so that we can get people participating. That's all I have. Thank you.
Attorney Cantor?
Thank you, Mayor. No report tonight.
All right, moving on to public comment. When invited to speak, offer your comments, please come to the lectern, clearly state your name and whether you are a Milburn resident and or property or business owner. Please do not provide your full address, seeing as our meetings are recorded and readily available to the public. To help facilitate an orderly meeting and permit all to be heard, speakers shall limit their comments to 1 3-minute session. You'll be prompted when there is 30 seconds remaining. Reminder, this is not the time for dialogue or to debate the matter. This is a time during our business meeting for the public to offer comments. We'll now open the public comment period.
Hi, I'm Trina Frankel, Short Hills resident. First, I want to alert everyone to 2 services that help caregivers of dementia patients.
On the bottom. On the bottom.
And what is it? You have this. Oh, thank you. So first I want to alert everyone to 2 services that help caregivers of dementia patients. There is a memory cafe on April 18th from 10:30 to 12:30 and monthly at the Maplewood Library. It is sponsored by the Seton Hall Neurosciences Group. They have various tables with activities for patients and their caregivers. Students from Seton Hall are there, and of course, there's some snacks. There is also a respite care through the Aging and Disability Resource Center at 877-222-3737. Being a caregiver is tough, and these are small ways of getting some help. Then I want to thank our first aid squad for offering a wonderful session on basic first aid. The first aid squad is made up solely of volunteers and is funded completely by donations. We are fortunate to have them here in Milburn Short Hills. Please honor their work by contributing to their fundraising. I would also like to commend our Board of Health on their programs, including one on how to prevent stroke. Volunteers are the soul of the community. They are not looking for a title or a photo op. The work they do is motivated by the desire to give back to a town they love and to make it better for everyone of every political, racial, and religious persuasion. They should be free to choose their own leaders and committee structure. To target a volunteer because of technical issues, to sully someone's reputation with innuendos, will force everyone to think twice before they take on such responsibilities. To exclude representatives of the arts community from this new committee that you're planning is a mistake. I would especially request that Jamie Hawkins, our Senior Citizens Activities Director, stay on the Arts Committee so she can help our seniors access this important research. This new ordinance doing away with CETA and replacing it with whatever makes our whole town poorer. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Pastor Aisha Marable. I am the current pastor at Mount Zion AME Church that has been here since 1881 and built in 1902 by the residents of Millburn. So I wanted to just say thank you tonight to the mayor and to the entire team who has been supporting the leadership of trying to get that space connected with the Historic Preservation Commission. I worked with Allison Canfield this past week, and that connection will be instrumental in us doing some great work in the future, most importantly, telling a great history. It really meant that Millburn loved a deep-rooted group of people in 1881, so much so that they built an edifice for them in 1902. And so that building is still there today, and we are doing great work. I want to thank those who heard about Jesus and Jazz the last time I was here, and they attended. So thank you, and I invite everyone else to come again. Fourth Sundays, you're always welcome. And to those who came out to our Easter egg hunt this past week, thanks to the Parks and Recreation. We tried to do it in Taylor Park, but we got rained out, and they all came into Mount Zion. So please know that mi casa is your casa. Literally. So we welcome you to come to Mount Zion anytime for Jesus, Jazz, or some eggs. Take care.
Hello, my name is Renee Pekarian. I'm a resident. I'm also a member of the Environmental Commission, although I'm speaking for myself tonight, not for the Environmental Commission. And I'm responding to statements made by Committeeman Stoller at the March 17th TC meeting. Ben, you made a number of disparaging assertions about the Environmental Commission, which I feel compelled to correct. Contrary to what you said, the EC never changed its position regarding use of gas leaf blowers. Members have always held the same position that supports the seasonal restriction ordinance, which also applies to fields. You said when making difficult decisions, you get all the information, all the input. That's not true. Neither the TC nor the Park and Rec has ever asked the EC for any input on the field project or on the Taylor Park Playground project. And because of that, the EC was unable to do its job, and the town did not get the benefit of being provided with all of the information that you stated you always get prior to making difficult decisions. Your statement about the EC creating environmental roadblocks to impede the field project is consistent with your failure to request that the EC evaluate and offer a recommendation on these projects. And thank you for your addressing this, Frank, but I still want to go over again that, Ben, your rhetorical question, where was the EC during the 2021 Affordable Housing Settlement Agreement selection of project locations? That was entirely disingenuous. And you knew that because none of the current EC members were on the EC, and you have sat on the ATC for 8 out of the 9 current commissioners' appointments. And still, you chose to point a finger at the current EC to make it appear that it is selective and inconsistent in its positions on the environment, implying that the current EC has no credibility. That was so disheartening, Ben. I listened to it 3 times. Wanted to get some quotes here. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Denise Schoen. I've lived in town for 34 years. And I stand here by myself, but I just wanted to show you this article in Milburn Short Hills that has all these business people here to show you that I don't stand alone. So good evening. I'd like to take this moment to talk about something that truly defines a strong and thriving community. The way we work together, communities are at their best when people support one another. When neighbors, businesses, and volunteers come together with a shared purpose. I've seen it firsthand from one dedicated woman in our community that has brought local businesses together, encouraging collaboration instead of competition. Because of her efforts, businesses are not only growing, but they're also helping each other succeed. That kind of leadership reminds us that progress doesn't happen in isolation. It happens through connection. Equally important are our volunteers. They're the backbone of our community. They give their time, their energy, and ideas, not because they have to, but because they care. And when volunteers step forward to serve on committees, they should be trusted to lead. Committees should work best when they're allowed to manage themselves, to think creatively, and to grow organically from within. That's where innovation happens, when people feel empowered, not controlled. When members of our community come to township committees, they come because they want to be heard. It's essential that the committee members listen openly without arriving to the meeting with decisions already made. True leadership means being willing to hear new perspectives, to adapt, and to include the voices of the people who you are representing. How a township treats its volunteers speaks volumes about the kind of community we have. Respect, appreciation, and trust are what helps people feel engaged and willing to contribute. People don't choose where they live solely based on schools or transportation. They choose communities where they feel valued, where there is camaraderie, and where mutual respect is the foundation. So in the end, a strong community isn't built by a few individuals making decisions alone. It's built by all of us, working together, listening to one another, and lifting each other up. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jane Shan. I'm a Milburn resident. I am truly honored to have been appointed as chair of this new Cultural Diversity Committee. Thank you to the Township Committee for your trust. I am grateful for the opportunity, and I take this responsibility very seriously. I have been part of CETA for the past 5 years, and during that time, I've been deeply involved in many of our initiatives, including spearheading the AAPI Month Indian and Chinese Dance Festival, a project that brought together different cultures in a very visible and meaningful way. Beyond CETA, my professional background has also shaped how I approach this role. I previously worked for the United Nations, specifically with the Economic and Social Council, and I've spent much of my career working with immigrant communities, understanding their challenges, supporting their integration, and helping bridge gaps. Here in Melbourne, I worked with Explore Melbourne to promote our local businesses. And in February this year, I also had the opportunity to moderate the Eyes in Melbourne Community Forum, where we brought together diverse voices to have a respectful and informative conversation on a complex issue. All of these experiences in the community, in my professional work, and across different cultures have really prepared me for this role. And I believe they've given me a strong foundation to serve as chair. I also want to recognize the leadership of Jackie and many other members who came before me. Their dedication and volunteer work laid the foundation for everything we're building today. That effort matters, and it deserves to be acknowledged. As we move forward as the Cultural Diversity Committee, I see this as building on what we've done while also stepping into a new chapter. Being appointed as chair is truly an honor for me, but it's also a responsibility I take very seriously. I am grateful for the trust and support from the Township Committee and for the platform you've created for us to bring people together, celebrate our diversity, and strengthen our community. This role is not just a title, it's a responsibility and expectation. Our township has consistently valued diversity and invested in bringing people together through meaningful programs. And that gives me a lot of confidence in what we can accomplish next. Looking ahead, I'm committed to putting in the work, staying focused, and working closely with our team to plan thoughtfully and execute well. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Bill Brazel. I live in the South Mountain neighborhood. I'm here to echo what Denise said and what my fellow commissioner Renee Paparian said. Milburn Short Hills has beautiful homes, great stores, a lovely pond, gorgeous rose garden, great wildlife. But what makes Milburn truly beautiful is that people show up. Not just the excellent professionals that we all rely on, but the volunteers, the people who give their time for free because they care about this town. The volunteers who lead the scout troops, organize the 4th of July fireworks, run down the block in the food pantry, coach the teams, run the PTO, and raise money for the Milburn Education Foundation. And those who serve year after year on our town's commissions. For decades, residents have cared about our trees, our open space, and the long-term health of this community. And at least according to our website, it is the role of the Environmental Commission to advise this Township Committee on environmental issues. So when the Environmental Commission gives advice, saying, for example, that natural grass is better for the environment than plastic turf, is that not exactly what the Environmental Commission was assigned to do? I ask because at the last TC meeting, our work was described in ways that suggest otherwise. And that raises a bigger question. Is the current Township Committee encouraging the talented, passionate residents of Milburn Short Hills to contribute their expertise to improve our town? Or are some members of the TC politicizing the work of our volunteers, attacking certain volunteers simply because they are members of the Democratic Party? CETA was a volunteer organization that brought real value to this town. It's fair to ask for structure and accountability in any group, but there's a difference between asking a group to improve its governance and destroying it. We should worry tonight whether some of our non-Republican residents, seeing what is happening, may decide that it's simply not worth putting themselves out there to help this town. No one expects this committee to agree with every commission's recommendation, but we have the right to expect a tone that respects the people who are quietly giving their time to Milburn week after week, year after year. Because without our great volunteers, a lot of what makes Milburn beautiful simply won't happen. This town has always been powered by people who care. Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Jeffrey Feld, I live in the poet section. As my custom, I gave a heads up email with questions and comments to the board. And I think the public should know that the agenda was changed, I believe, based on one of my emails, that you had not attached the proper resolution on the packet. I'm gonna have questions basically on the various resolutions. But most of the public does not, I think, dig in, they just look at the agenda. For example, there's a tax credit resolution, but it's $625,312.60. It's gonna be payable or credit be provided over 2 years. Can you explain to us how the credit is funded? Because that reduces our revenues for our budgets. Are you taking money out of the reserve? If you are, when will official action be done to authorize that? There's an appointment tonight to the Melbourne Free Public Library. Is one seat still remain vacant? Because there was one seat that the term expired. And then there is one seat based on an ordinance that you passed should be vacated because that person is no longer a resident. So after tonight, will one seat remain vacant? As to the turf field trust fund resolution, I gave you a citation to Montville. Montville does it by ordinance. By now, you should understand that a resolution only has a 1-year lifetime. If we want this to be permanent for the funding, why aren't we doing it by ordinance that binds future township committees? And this is the one that really is the kicker. There's a non-competitive bidding professional owners retention resolution for $391,650. I don't understand. First of all, I don't know what a professional owner's representative is. The contract isn't there. Do we have a professional owner's representative in connection with the paper mill playhouse transaction? Do we have it with the turf field project? What is this person? Because I think we're getting to the same problem that we had before when we picked the architect without an RFP for town hall for almost $1 million. Shouldn't we be adopting a policy that there's a floor or cap? If something's above that, we go out for RFP and we have competitive bidding. I'll be speaking about ordinances later tonight. Thank you.
Good evening, Phil Kirsch, Melbourne resident. I'm looking at resolution 26-118. And if ordinance 2738-26, which creates the CDC, passes tonight, I think that resolution will probably come up and be put into effect. My question is, I see there are 22 names that were put up as one-term members for the new committee. Their terms ending at the end of this year. And I'm wondering if that was just a way of placating the current members, or if there's going to be a chance for additional members to be added in 2027, additional to the 6 who are listed for more than a 1-year term. Hope you can answer that question tonight. Thanks.
Good evening, Beth Zoll, Township resident. I've been a community volunteer on our planning and zoning boards over the past decade. In fact, I served on the planning board subcommittees that produced the master plan re-exam in 2018 and the 2021 downtown vision plan. Tonight, you're voting on an ordinance, one of many, to create a long-term strategic planning advisory committee. I listened carefully to the January 20th TC meeting, at which time Mayor Saccomanni introduced the idea and provided a justification. He noted that this commission could bridge administrations, and as he stated, in any given year, 40% of the TC may turn over. That is true, but something we now know is in flux with the proposed ballot item which will change our form of governance. Initially, you proposed having 7 members with staggered terms. The language of the ordinance as posted on the website today states that there's 9 members, but then in section 2B, it only totals 7 when I added it up. So if you could hopefully enlighten me or clarify where I'm confused. Thank you. Additionally, Mr. Cohen asked at the time if this type of committee exists elsewhere, just to get their insight, and Mayor Saccomanni answered that he hadn't done a lot of research and was not sure. Business Administrator McDonald articulated some of my concerns well at this meeting. In brief, this adds another layer to communicate up and down between the TC and the community. Turnover between TC members and committee members not being at the same time could result in the committee focusing on projects that have lost their TC champion. So there's some vulnerabilities with having this. And I have some of my own observations and concerns too. I love the idea of having folks identified to advance the plans of our community to a point of implementation. So that's fantastic. I commend the community members who shared their support and interest in it. Mr. Cerruto referred in the meeting to some of these prior plans as shelfware or PR pieces. Just want to take a moment to correct that and defend that. Call you to review these vision studies, which do exactly what our residents called for. We took into account different components of infrastructure, operation, and community engagement in those processes. And from them, we created cohesive plans. And finally, I challenge the need for this committee. While strategic planning is indeed something you could create a subcommittee or steering committee from the TC to accomplish, I believe nearly all the items listed as the purposes in section 4 and the functions in section 5 are actually the responsibility of our township committee as the elected officials. I ask you to consider whether this committee is indeed the right way to implement the long-term plans. Thank you.
Hi, Diane Eglow, former TC member, lifelong resident of Millburn. In 25 minutes or so, the world might be a very different place. So I'm sure at 8 o'clock, we'll all be looking at our phones. It's very horrifying what's going on. I don't know what the small print was in the referendum for the green space tax. However, everyone I spoke to who voted for it were shocked and saddened that these tax dollars are being used for artificial plastic-based turf. Resolution 26-112 and second ordinance on second read 27-4126 for $4.5 million. I'm wondering, is that $4.5 million coming from the open space tax, and how much have we collected in the first year? Is that all the money? Is anything left for anything else? The next thing, the Charter Commission, also in the small print on the referendum, did it say that this Charter Commission was going to have the official power to have election? I just scribbled some notes. In June, the middle of June, there's going to be an election. Who's around in June? Who even knows about this special charter? It's not just partisan versus nonpartisan. Are there going to be 7 members? Do 2 members who are elected this year or who were elected last year get the short straw and become a 2-year member? Where are 2 new members going to have enough time to get on a ballot and run? And who are they going to be? I mean, I just think this whole thing is very confusing. And 98.5% of this town has no clue what goes on. And I just saw something online today that Summit sends out an email to their residents, everything the township committee votes on. Now, we depend on Jeff Feld or Sarah Sherman to give us a recap of this meeting. Why doesn't the town, you have, I don't know, how many ordinances tonight? You're gonna pass on page 1 a bulk reading. No one's gonna have any idea what they are. And boom, you're gonna pass 15 things. It's not, we don't have the Millburn item. You don't have any kind of recap that goes out to the community. Everyone has the alert. So I've asked this before, send out a recap of what you guys vote on. And about CETA, it's punitive, it's vindictive, you took the A out. The whole point of it was to have A for arts. So I just find, and you said at a meeting, Frank Saccamundi, that you don't care what the petition was about the historic, that the majority of people in that neighborhood signed a petition that they do not want their homes changed to historic. And you said, and I can find it if I have there, okay, shake your head, it's fine. You said you didn't care about petitions. Okay, good night. Let's all watch for 8 p.m. tonight.
The ceasefire happens.
Oh, bravo.
Oil's down $20 a barrel.
It's not a ceasefire.
It's no, it's related to Greece.
Kenny Gammon, I'm a Short Hills resident. I figure get this on the record again, since we did it last meeting also, but my name's Kenny Gammon. I'm here representing the Millburn Soccer Club and roughly the 600 players that we serve that are in town. We're here for the, obviously, vote on the high school field project because we're tired of managing a crisis. It's not a choice between turf and grass. It's a choice between functional infrastructure and broken status quo. Right now, we operate a 16% field deficit. If our roads were 16% unpaved, or our schools had 16% fewer destined students, it would be an emergency. Instead, we've normalized scarcity. Field access has become a zero-sum game where schools, teams, recreation programs, and clubs compete for limited space. When we fight over fields, our children lose. To those who say, I want fields but not turf, that's not realistic for this site. These backfields sit on a high water table near wetlands. We've all seen it. Sunny weather, but fields still unusable days after rain. Grass fields can handle about 20 to 25 hours of play per week. Our town's demand exceeds 60 hours. That gap cannot be closed with natural gas. Voting for grass here is not environmentally responsible, it's fiscally irresponsible. It means spending taxpayer money on fields that cannot meet demand. To those who say find another location, we all have tried. Every alternative has been explored and rejected. There is no plan B. There is no hidden valley waiting to be discovered in Milburn. A no vote means continuing the current shortage. On health concerns, modern turf systems have been extensively studied and meet strict safety standards. Today's fields use advanced materials with significantly reduced environmental impact. Meanwhile, maintaining grass in these conditions requires heavy chemical use just to survive. For the first time in years, all stakeholders are aligned. The Board of Education, Rec Department, and the Open Space Trust support this plan. The funding is ready, the work's done. What remains is leadership. Every delay is another lost season for kids who only get so many chances to play. Please vote yes, yes to reliable fields, yes to investing in our community, and yes to giving our kids the space they deserve.
Hi, my name is Casey Tangonia. I'm a Melbourne resident. I'm speaking to support the high school field project. I have two children in Melbourne who play sports, and they get rained out about a third of the time. I heard the comments from the Environmental Commission today, and I'm quite disappointed. I'm not involved in town politics, but I've known about the fields project for months now. In fact, I attended a public meeting last year at the high school where the project was discussed. The Environmental Commission could have raised their concerns much earlier, but they did not because they were not asked. I've not heard a better reason today. That's the only reason they provided. That doesn't seem right. I also want to confirm that to the extent the open source fund is funded with my tax dollar, I cannot see a better way to use it than for additional field space for my children to play in. That is exactly what I thought would happen when I voted for that funding in the referendum. Thanks.
Hi, Laz Lazaru, Short Hills resident. I just want to echo, again, the positivity around the Fields project. Again, we've heard a lot of gloom and doom today, but for me, it's the excitement that we're actually going ahead or trying to go ahead or voting on something where it's going to give ourselves fields, facilities for our kids to actually go play sports. I've got 3 kids in my family. We've already had 2 sessions this spring rained out. You know, we had our tryouts rained out. You know, we haven't got the area, the hours to play regularly, be able to our kids to go and actually enjoy athleticism and actually go and do recreational sports. This town is very much built on a great education system for our families. That doesn't mean that our athleticism and our ability to enjoy sports should be penalised. With this project going ahead, hopefully, and this vote hopefully being a yes, we expect that we're able to actually use this facility, and not just for kids, and not just for sports teams, not just for the Melbourne Soccer Club, etc. This is for our whole community. I've said in previous meetings that actually I enjoy coming to the high school and running around the track. I enjoy coming with a group of 45-year-old fathers and playing some soccer for a couple of hours. You know, this is for all of us. This is facilities that are going to allow us to actually spread across the community, allow us to actually all come together and actually start being healthier. We talk about the environment, but there's nothing more important than people getting outdoors, playing sports, running, laughing, enjoying the sunlight, enjoying our facilities. And for a long time, this town has not been top of our area in terms of facilities. With this takes us a step closer. Is it getting us there? No, but at least it's getting closer to where we need to be across our community. You look across all these towns across this area, we're one of the most affluent towns in this area. You know, we pay a huge amount of taxes. We should have the facilities that go ahead with the amount of money that we put into this town, etc. It isn't just about, you know, do we have grass or turf? Okay, this is a small patch of grass where actually this gives more to the community than maybe the environment's going to flip on the other side. So we have to take that into consideration. The importance of having hundreds and hundreds of kids and thousands of residents having additional space to, whether it's lacrosse, whether it's running, whether it's soccer, that is so much more important and something which we need to vote yes on. Thank you.
Good evening, Township President Venkatesh Bala. This is in regards to the grass versus the turf field. We had discussed about the environmental aspects, but have people considered the biomechanical as well as the healthcare related aspects related to it. So I did a little bit of research associated with it because I work in the healthcare industry and I'm a chemical and material science engineer myself. The number of injuries that happen on a grass is much higher as compared to a artificial turf. And this is one of the leading factors where the switch has been made from grass to synthetic turf. And not only that, the type of cleats that are being used has better grip on a turf field as compared to a grass field due to the moisture retention capacity. And Melbourne Short Hills is on the lower riparian of the fatty active. So we do have a lot of floods. And if you look at the FMEA map flood mitigation, we do have like areas in the South Mountain regions that are flood prone. So that being said, it's a wise decision for our township to consider the turf field, and I strongly support the township decision on that. As far as the CEDA is concerned, A is a very important aspect of it, but here we would like to define what A stands for. We are not asking for A for Attilia the Hun. We are not asking for A for something that is extraordinary. We are just asking for Mount Zion church that was located and they had invariably been left out from the CEDA invitation as well as the blocks that were going to be put up. So when you have such a big glaring gap, then it means that the system has failed. So that is the reason why we need to consider how we are going to revamp this. And I support the decision of CDC, the new title associated with it. And as I always say, we want to be a part of the solution. We are ready to volunteer and support our township council on it. Thank you.
Good evening, Christine Best. I'm going to talk about the athletic fields later and the environmental commission, so hope people will stay for my statement because I have a lot to say on that. But I'm going to first talk about CEDA. I didn't get to talk about it a lot last time, and I'm very concerned, and I'm glad that you've made this decision to reconstitute the CEDA commission, and I value very much all the wonderful things that people have done as volunteer for the town as well. And what I want to talk about is I've not been allowed access to see the CEDA tiles by the people that created them, particularly because the board that I sit on is involved in it in terms of actually adding tiles. And what I want to tell the public here is that a lot of the tiles, I mean, I'm not saying they're the majority, a lot of the tiles are for advertisements for nonprofits, okay? So nonprofits benefit from advertising, okay? And I don't really understand why nonprofits would be on this particular mural except for self-promotion. That's very concerning to me. This is a 250th anniversary celebration. This is what this mural was supposed to be about. It was supposed to be about everybody in the community contributing, but it really wasn't. It was a very focused set of people that were tied to the majority of this township in terms of ethnic background, okay? And so when you go and to use DEI as a mission, you need to make sure that you include everybody, and that was not the case. The African American community was left off initially. Now they were added on after that was called out. I don't see any Hispanic tiles for the Hispanic members of this community at all. There was no history for the Lenape Indians that actually started this community. The Short Hills was actually named after the Lenape Indians long before the town name of Milburn came in. There was no historical contextual advisement given by the Historical Society or even as far as I know. So there's very little historical context at all. And over the years, what's so interesting is this town, after the Lenape Indians came in, was founded by a group of Protestant settlers. And then after that, all these different people migrated and just followed the stream of migration. through the country. So there was an Italian heritage moment. Are there Italian tiles on here? Because I don't know if there were, but I didn't see any. There's a whole Italian movement that came into this town. There was a very large Jewish immigration that came into this town. Why is the Chabad not on there? I'd like to know. Why are only certain temples picked? Is it because they didn't respond, or was it because they weren't asked to respond? I don't believe that everybody was asked, and I'm very, very concerned about it. It didn't feel inclusive to me. I can give many other examples, but that is really, really concerning, and particularly, there's no interfaith options. I can go on and on and on, but it is really.
You can go on,
No.
second public comment.
Yep. Thank you.
If anyone online?
One online.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Good evening. I'm Cheryl Damaris. I'm a 35-year resident of Millburn. I just want to say how deeply disappointed I am that you're moving forward with this ordinance to disband CETA, despite the overwhelming opposition you heard at the meeting when this ordinance was introduced. CETA members and so many residents showed up and spoke clearly. This is not what they want. Even the TC's own liaison supported the current leadership. CETA is made up of dedicated volunteers who have given so much to this community, and taking away their ability to choose their own leadership is disenfranchising and disrespectful not only to their work, but to all the township volunteers. It's hard to see this as anything but a dismissal of the community's voice. You can say it's nonpartisan or not about a single person, but people see what's going on here. And I urge you to reconsider not just this ordinance, but the message it sends to your constituents and to the volunteers who care so much about this town. Thank you.
Anyone else online?
We do not.
All right, with that, we will now close public comment and take a 5-minute recess. Thank you. All right, so we'll now have TC members' response to the comments that were made. I will begin. Thank you to everyone who came out tonight and took the time to speak. This is exactly what participatory democracy looks like, and I respect everyone that stood at that podium. I want to take a moment to respond specifically to the comments made about the CETA/CDC ordinance before us later tonight. Not to score points, but because the residents of this town deserve a clear answer. And I want to address head-on the suggestion that this ordinance is in any way politically motivated, because it's not. There is nothing political about correcting a structural governance failure that left residents and community organizations without a voice in a committee that was supposed to represent them. That is not a partisan act. That is the most basic obligation of this office. The people who had every right to be angry about what happened, Reverend Maribel, the co-founder of BAMS, never called this political. They never called it malicious. The only people using those words tonight are the ones defending the process that left those organizations out. Don't let that speak for itself. After this township committee votes on this ordinance tonight, we will also be voting on a resolution reappointing Jackie Benjamin Lieberberg to the Cultural Diversity Committee for a 3-year term. That is a longer term than the 1-year term given to most other CETA members, who are also all being reappointed to the new CDC tonight, with the exception of one who asked not to be reappointed. We did that deliberately. This has never been about Jackie. This has never been about any one individual. It has always been about governance. If this were partisan or political, Ms. Lieberberg's appointment later tonight would not be happening. The new committee chair and vice chair are both registered Democrats. This township committee is majority Republican. If this were political, those two appointments wouldn't be happening either. 250 years ago, this nation declared independence precisely because we rejected the idea that any one person gets to rule by self-appointment without accountability to the people they serve. No one gets to anoint themselves chair of a public committee, hold that position for 6 years without a single vote, and operate without records or oversight. That is not volunteerism. That is a personal fiefdom. Correcting that is not malicious. It is not partisan. It is exactly the kind of accountability this community deserves, and exactly what this ordinance we will vote on later tonight delivers. Several speakers tonight spoke movingly about Ms. Lieberberg's dedication and years of service. I agree with them. I even said so from this very dais at the meeting when we introduced the CDC ordinance. Dedication and proper governance are not in conflict. They should go hand in hand. The new structure makes that possible. Ms. Lieberberg has a seat at that table, as do all of the former CETA members. And I genuinely hope that all of you take advantage of that. The residents of Millburn, all of them, deserve nothing less. Also, for the person that brought up the concern about the word arts being dropped from the name of the committee, it's my view that arts are embedded in culture. So if you have a cultural diversity committee, that should be encompassing art and I see no reason to separate that out. As Committeeman Ceruto said earlier, we're going to be looking at, in a future meeting, looking at our various arts committees and who handles arts, and maybe we'll end up having a new overarching committee that's dedicated to arts, because I know right now the CID's trying to do something with art. We have an arts advisory committee that wasn't consulted, so we're going to be doing something there. So arts is definitely not forgotten. It's part of our culture, and I'm sure it'll be part of the new CDC. All right, let's see. So, Mr. Brazel, I believe you said something about how the EC wasn't consulted about the Fields project. I'm the liaison to the Environmental Commission, and I'm one of the people that was instrumental in help making you chair of the Environmental Commission this year. So you should know that at several of the EC meetings, going back until last year, we've talked about the subject of the turf fields, and I actually made it explicitly clear that it likely wasn't going to be a natural grass option, and you guys should look at some of the other synthetic materials and advise as to which ones you thought were most environmentally appropriate. So the EC definitely had input in that decision. So I'm not sure why Mr. Rizal suggested they didn't. Let's see. So Mr. Feld, with regards to the library board, so we had one open seat. The ordinance that we passed, that regulates whether people can stay on committees once they leave town, that doesn't apply to boards that are convened via state statute. So the library board is handled by state statute, and the state statute, unfortunately, doesn't require residency requirements for the library board. So that individual that moved out of town has declined to resign and remains on the library board. So we had one open seat, and we just filled that tonight.
Thank you for the explanation.
And then as far as the professional owners representative that we had, that's part of the consent, I think it's either the consent agenda or standalone. Doesn't make a difference. The point is, that person is going to be overseeing the construction of town hall project, correct? So with such a complicated project, you really need a professional that has a good background in engineering and construction, et cetera, to make sure that everything is moving along properly, to handle dealing with all of the various contractors. If you don't spend money on an individual like this, you're gonna end up spending 2 or 3 times as much money on change orders. You need to have someone with proper experience overseeing a project of this magnitude, and that's exactly what that's for. Now, the reason we're not required to go out to bid for that is it's a very specialized type of professional service, and the law allows for certain types of professional services, you don't have to go out to bid for that because you don't want to necessarily accept the lowest bid for something that's this important, right? We don't do that for our legal counsel either. There's all sorts of specialized counsel that we don't require having to go out to bid for because it just wouldn't be a good idea. Mr. Kirsch, you asked whether additional members can be added to the new CDC. Certainly, the membership is not capped. One of the things that we did with the ordinance is we left it open-ended. So anyone that wants to be, at least during this administration, anyone that wants to be part of the CDC, submit a VIP form, give us a heads up, and we'll make sure that you get appointed at the next TC meeting. Because we believe that the Cultural Diversity Committee should be open to all residents that want to participate and want to volunteer. So we'll be doing that. Let's see. Ms. Zoll, you asked about the strategic planning board and you had some confusion about 9 members versus 7 members. So the way the ordinance is laid out, there are a total of 9 members on the body. 2 of them are TC members. They come from the TC, and then 7 are from the community. So that brings you to 9. That's how we arrived at that. Let's see, Ms. Eglo, I see you left. But with regards to how the open space money will be used for the Fields project, we have a resolution tonight that's going to affirm what the Open Space Trust Fund Advisory Committee recommended, which was to use 25% of the Open Space Trust Fund money to help fund the bond for the township portion of the Fields project. So that's how that's going to be used. And with regards to your question on the consent agenda, I'm a little puzzled because you were on the Township Committee for, I think, at least 6 years, and you were also the mayor, so you should understand how the consent agenda works. And if you had suggestions with regards to, how we publish the decisions that we make, perhaps you should have implemented them, but you know what? We'll take it under advisement. Also, Ms. Eglo, you misquoted me about the historic districts. I believe what I said at prior meetings is the reason that the historic district was being considered is because we received a petition that was signed by the majority of the residents in the district, and they wanted to be designated historic. As time elapsed and as they learned more about the process, another petition came through, and it seems that a slight majority of the residents now oppose that. We'll see where the numbers shake out when we hear that at the next meeting, but that's not something we're deciding on tonight. But I never said that the majority's opinion doesn't matter. So that's a gross misquotation. I'd like to thank all of those that came out tonight in support of the high school fields project. This has been a long time coming. I'm going to address it in more detail when I introduce the second read of the ordinance, but I really appreciate all of you for coming out and lending your support. I think this is something that's been long overdue, and we're going to take action on that tonight. Let's see. Mr. Bala, I agree with you with regards to CETA, which will now be the CDC. I encourage all those out there that spoke so vociferously against it to, maybe decide to be part of the solution and not part of the problem. So I encourage you to all get involved and volunteer for the new board. That's all I have. Over to you, Committeeman Stoller.
Thank you, Frank. So a couple things here. Let's just jump into the environmental piece. I've been, my last 17 years of my life has been dedicated to removing transportation costs and eliminating CO2 on the roads. I was a big proponent of the open space tax fund, a big proponent of the gas blower restriction, helped get that through, the pollinators, everything. What I saw was the politicization of the environmental team, of the environmental, I guess, group coming out and trying to sideways this transaction. So when I think of it, think of somebody on a bicycle riding down the street, somebody takes a big iron bar and sticks it right in the spokes, and you come up over it. That's what I was talking about. When I talked about where was the environmental commission, not specific people, I didn't mean to hurt anyone's feelings, but where was the environmental commission when they were putting up anti-says? Has anybody driven by anti-says? Do you guys know they're putting up 62 residents on our arboretum right on Woodland, that they're putting up the residents on the reservoir? It's a Woodmont project. So in terms of my understanding and my passion for coaching for the last 12 years in town, my kids, all my kids, knowing everyone's coming out tonight and what that need for the fields are, I'm still confused whether the EC is conflating transparency with the environmental effects of turf. I've been told both. I'm trying to understand which one they want. Is it transparency or is it the environmental effects of turf fields? So through that, if I hurt anyone's feelings, I apologize deeply. What was coming out was my level of frustration of our planning board, our zoning board, our prior TCs building in a nonsensible manner at the expense of residents. And really with the New Jersey DEP took them a half an hour to approve the project right on our aquifer at our reservoir off of JFK Boulevard. So from that, my passion came through. I think and hope we'll get this thing done for our kids. It's been long overdue. It's an embarrassment for the community that we sit today to have this level of decay in our fields and just have those have the multi-purpose fields behind high school just being there for flooding. So I am so excited and excited about getting this moving forward. And I apologize if I hurt anyone's feelings. That being said, my level of frustration is not with individual people, it's with the whole state of New Jersey and how they address environmental. There's something that's meaningful, they gloss it over. When it comes down to stopping something that's great for our kids, and Mr. Gatman did a fantastic job of articulating that prior. When it comes to the CETA, no one in this community should ever feel excluded. No one should feel like they don't belong. And to me, that's an embarrassment that happened. I'm glad that we've rectified it. No one's disbanding the cultural arts part of this. We're reinstituting it due to a structural deficit that occurred and putting it. And as I said, I admire all the volunteers. I personally cannot understand the time commitment that I signed up for when I ran 3 years ago. And to put all the time and effort and see all the volunteers here who work together and take partisan politics out of it, which is part of the charter study that everybody's going to start to see. There's going to be a vote coming up to say, let's take the R's and D's away. Let's move forward as a community of residents who deeply care about each other. The national politics should not be involved on day to day. What else do I have here? The mayor addressed most of these. That's good for now. Thank you.
Committeeman Cohen?
Yeah, a few things. First of all, just to add to what Mayor said about the library, before anybody gets hysterical that we're going to have a full-blown takeover of non-residents on the library board, the statute is limited to one non-resident, and she is intending to remain. As far as the fields, I do support the Fields project. I was on the committee. What I don't support is and I'll be voting accordingly later this evening. What I don't support is using the open space trust fund money to fund it. We have the money's money. It's all the town taxpayers' money. But I don't think that was what the open space trust fund was set up to do. I do think what it should be looking at is, and I'm sorry that Ms. Egwell has left, she raised this numerous times when she was on the board, was that, Essex County has an open space trust fund and we never get anything from them, and their excuse is always because we don't have a matching open space trust fund. So now we do. And so what I think the open space trust fund should be going after are the kind of projects that we could then get 2 for 1 and go and get some of that Essex County open space trust fund that we've been paying year after year after year. And I think that would be a better use of the money than the field. Not to say we shouldn't do the field, we should take that out of our general treasury. But that's what I think we should be using the open space trust fund money for. As for volunteers, I thank everybody for, certainly this town would come to a crashing halt without its volunteers. I thank everybody who does volunteer. The town would not be able to run without them. However, I do think that the destruction and reformulation of the committee is a vast governmental overreach. I do think it was political, and I think that there were less radical solutions that could have been, and we brought them up during the new business and during the first reading. There are less radical solutions that could have been taken to rectify whatever structural problems there were. And not least of which was letting whoever was on the committee choose their own leadership. I have always felt strongly that if you have a group of well-educated people that this town is full of, that they know who they would like to lead them, and they should be picking them. We shouldn't be the ones picking it for them. Lastly, I know Mr. Feld, you like to think everything that we do is because you told us, but I'm actually the one that pointed out the clerical error in the ordinance before you put it in your email. So sorry, you don't get to take credit.
Well, thank you. I thank you that you picked it up, that you read something. Thank you.
All right, Deputy Mayor Costa. Thank you, Mayor. I want to repeat a few things. Just a comment on the owner's rep for town hall. In my prior career, I did a lot of construction litigation, and the benefit of a construction manager for the township watching things every day is really critical. I want to talk a little bit about the CETA change. That's 2738-26, and I'm still hopeful that I can change the opinion of at least one of the majority on the committee. Everyone's heard everyone talk about that committee and what the mistakes were, right? No minutes, and not an election, the first thing, and missing tiles of groups in town that should have been included. But there's a much easier way to fix that. We're taking, a sledgehammer here, and we're crushing this mistake. I don't want to belittle the problems, but there's a lot easier ways to do that, including there is no reason on earth that the TC needs to be involved with selecting who the president, who the secretary is, etc. So what I'm hoping I can change somebody's mind on here is let's do it a different way. It doesn't have to be us doing it every time, selecting everybody for the rest of our lives. We've got other stuff to do. And then we're overreacting to something. And that's the real problem. Not that the complaint is legit. The problem is, how are you going to fix it? So those are my thoughts on that. So hopefully one of the three of you changes your mind based upon my speech. Thank you.
Right, good evening.
Well, for me, thank you.
I appreciate everybody's engagement. A number of things. Number one, I would say, wow, look at the talent. There's amazing talent. We've heard United Nations. We've heard unbelievable qualifications of different people within the community who are going to take part in this new group. And Ms. Lieberberg is also going to take part in this community and this group. Our town is a significant population, Asian, Chinese, Indian, used to be a big population Italian, of which I am. You know, maybe leadership will reflect the diversity of our community. And lo and behold, that's what we're seeing in this proposed slate. I'm Catholic. Okay, majority of the population is not Catholic, but there happen to be some Catholic members of this group. Excellent. I think, you know, you have to think through a diversity lens about diversity of leadership as well, right? And so, you know, it was Jewish leadership. Maybe someday there'll be Catholic leadership. Maybe someday there'll be Italian leadership. Maybe someday there'll be all different. You know, I think that's the diversity of this group, is bringing all stripes into the population, as you see up here on the Township Committee, right? Mr. Sacamandi and I, Mr. Cohen, Mr. Stoller, Mr. Cosgrove, we've been called out on our identity, and we come together and work in unison. So I think that's how this committee should work as well. Diverse voices, all members are being reinstated, and there's no bias. And I think we've seen bias, we've seen racism come from from members of the community who wanted to point out the Mount Zion Church, that nobody ever knew them, that they weren't part of the community. The reverend indicated tonight when they were founded, which was before any of us were born in this room. And to say that they don't matter is racist.
Nobody said that.
It was said in a letter to the editor. So, to address a couple of other items, Ms. Zoll, you know, there were a number of studies that were done in the community that were shelved, and unfortunately, there were a lot of studies that were distractions, and that allowed the housing plan to go forward in its manner. But we do see, you know, we see action being taken on some of these things. I'm trying to bring things to the forefront, and I think, you know, hopefully the long-term strategic planning community will do the same. But I hear you, and I want to resurrect as much of these studies as possible. Ms. Eglo, I would agree. I think a summary would be excellent, a newsletter of what's going on. I've talked to Mr. McDonald about that, and I don't disagree that that's something that can be done. And at least something that can be explored. Fields, I support the fields. And I'm very excited to see where that goes. I think the divide is really unfortunate. You know, we hear about red and blue, and we hear about all of these things. And the reason why I bring up the divide is because, you know, we see this energy behind the Charter Commission, and we see all of a sudden the idea of trying to work in unison becomes such a divisive issue, and I really don't understand it. It started several meetings ago when our identities were called into question. It's on Facebook. It's you know, a constant rinse and repeat. And to say majority Republican, majority Democrat. Look at the statistics of my election and look at how the town voted for governor, and just try to understand that these local issues have nothing to do with party. And it's really, really upsetting. It's really upsetting to hear it come on and on and on up here. Let's see, chart open study. I think that's it. But I just want to kind of say on a final note that we celebrated 2 amazing holidays this weekend, Jewish, Christian. We celebrated Muslim holidays, Chinese holidays, Indian holidays, Hispanic, all. And let's respect the diversity of each other, be inclusive, have open ears and eyes. There's no reason to be divisive. And that's all I'll say. Thank you.
Right. Before we jump into that, I just want to follow up.
Go ahead, Mr. Song.
Thank you. One thing I want to discuss too is, you know, in terms of the Fields project, I just want to, Ms. Eglo asked about how's it being funded. I want to make sure that there's complete transparency in how we're looking at funding. we created an open space tax fund advisory committee. It consists of 2 committee members from up here, 3 residents, a rep from the Rec Commission, the Environmental Commission, and the Historical Commission. We put together all the information, we pushed it through, and we had a vote. And it was probably one of the best meetings that I've attended, in the last 3 years, because everyone was very professional, everyone was very competent, inquisitive, and open-minded about how the issue came through. They provided a resolution from the Open Space Tax Advisory Committee on how it's spent to support the Fields project. The vote was 5-3-1, with the one abstention being our business administrator, Alex McDonald. And that being said, there was a cap put on it. It was 25. And we've collected to her not knowing what's going on, we've collected $2 million in tax funds, life to date of the fund. We take $250,000 towards that, so it's a small portion of it, 12.5%. And then we pay off the $4.5 million cap. There's no additional funding coming out of it per year. So it's 25% of the collected funds per year going forward until the project is paid off, in partnership with the Board of Education and their commitment to fund half of it and give our children the fields that they deserve. Just so there's full transparency, everybody understands the monetary part of it.
Business Administrator McDonald.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Just 2 quick comments on what was said as it relates to the tax credit. The tax credit is being provided to 101 and 103 JFK. Those are 2 large commercial properties that were under appeal. That is, I think, as it was described, is how it works, that a tax credit is provided for future years, reducing the overall, valuation of the municipality, but that also balances out with as values increase, these values are decreased through these credits. That generally it is not overly impactful, and it's a way that dollars do not have to be allocated in the budget and impact the budget year to year. We deal with the dollars as the valuation as it comes up each year, and that's how we develop the budget based on those valuations. So that is how it works, and that is the property that it's associated with. And then lastly, just to piggyback a little bit on the owner's rep, yes, we had an owner's rep for the parking deck. We had an owner's rep with the paper mill projects. It was actually the paper mill that had the owner's rep. But there was an owner's rep on the project. The owner's rep here is very necessary, and one of the reasons that this is being put on with the authorization to go out to bid is because we want the owner's rep to be able to review those bids prior to them being issued, make sure that they're scoured and looked at for any value engineering that can take place, anything in the specs that would lead to problems with the actual bid. And again, as the mayor had alluded to, is a way to save money and you reduce costs of a large project. So I think speaking for myself and probably everybody in town hall, we're really happy to see this getting moving forward. So.
Attorney Kendrick.
Thank you, Mayor. I have no response unless the committee has any questions for me.
Right, in that case, we will move on to the consent agenda resolutions. Township Committee will now consider consent agenda resolutions. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to any of the items listed on the consent agenda? Seeing none, may I have a motion to approve resolution 26-098 and resolution 26-111 are listed on the consent agenda? Have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove?
Yes.
Mr. Ceruto?
Yes.
Mr. Stoller?
Affirmative.
Mayor Sacramento?
Yes. All right, resolutions. Are there any comments? Resolution 26-112, affirming the recommendation of the Open Space Trust Fund Advisory Committee to utilize open space funds for its high school field improvement project. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 26-112?
I have some comments.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. I'm gonna vote against this, for 4 reasons. And some of it goes back to the actual meeting that Mr. Stoller referred to. The vote itself by that group. I'm gonna try to get this so it's not so bad. The vote itself was defective. I had made a motion, looking for a contribution of 15% of that fund. Mr. Stoller refused to have that heard, and instead made his motion for 25%. So I don't think that vote was effective. There were also other projects that were in the pipeline at the time of that meeting. None of them were discussed or considered. There was some sort of rush to get this funding through for the field. And it's, people have confused, I think, the field and the approval of the field with this funding. This funding is completely separate and has nothing to do with the field vote. The language of the enabling ordinance, to me, clearly envisions money being used for something like that field in connection with the acquisition of a piece of land. When the ordinance was being talked about, there was a lot of discussion about this should not become, that people were gonna vote to increase their property taxes. All of us, whoever voted for it did. But it wasn't gonna be used for the day-to-day expenses that we already get taxed for. So the language of the ordinance, in my mind, doesn't allow that unless it's coupled with the purchase of a piece of property. I also think it's too large of a commitment of that fund. Now, Mr. Stoller just did some, I'm gonna say, interesting math, and said, well, it's not really 25%, it's 12.5, because he takes the 2 million that's currently in the kitty and drops it down. But it's 25% of that fund, it's $250,000 a year. And depending on how the town finances the project, it could be 30 years that money, goes out. It could be 20 years, it could be 10. I think it's supposed to be 10 or 20 somewhere in that thing. So 250,000, a quarter of that money goes out to pay for the fields. The town has their own money that can pay for the fields. So again, it's unconnected with the fields. And then it leaves the committee, the open space committee, without a large chunk of money. And as we sit here today, the open space committee has yet to buy a piece of open space with any of the money, and it's disappearing. I mentioned earlier in my reports of open space that there's four people or 4 groups looking for that money. So as people are looking for that money, it's gonna disappear before you know it. And this is $250,000 a year that's disappearing. It's a good cause, and like I said, it's got nothing to do with the funding of the fields. It doesn't have anything to do with whether the fields happen or not. It's up, the fields are on tonight. I suspect you're gonna see a unanimous vote to do the fields. It's the funding that I have a problem. Thank you, Mayor.
Mr. Stoller, why don't you go, and then we'll go to you,
All right, thank you. So this is another example of gaslighting the community. It's not interesting math. 12.5%, $250,000 of $2 million on every day is 12.5%. I didn't say it's 12.5% going forward. It's 25%. I specifically said, so Dave, I'm not sure what you're trying to do up here, but 12.5% of the $2 million that's sitting today in the pot, you understand that math, and then $250,000 going forward. There are really 4 tenets of the open space tax fund. When we went to get it passed, I stumped for this very hard, all over the community, all the ways from Milburn up to Short Hills. And I can look everyone in the eye in this room, and I see a lot of people in this room who all voted for it because they understood this would help with the recreation tenant, the 25% of what we were putting this money for. To sit in an environment where we have this money just sitting here, we're bringing all the projects forward to start looking at them, and it will be done. But to conflate that interesting math is not right. I take big umbrage to that because that's the actual numbers. And being able to bring it forward, taxes are fungible, but we've already funded these taxes. So let's put them to use for our children and building those fields behind the high school.
So I've already spoken to why I'm gonna be voting against this, but I do have a question for Mr. Cantor. Mr. Cosgrove raised the point that he had made a motion that was ignored for a different percentage, and he was overruled by the chair that went on to perform a different motion. So the question is, since that happened and there's not follow Robert through the water, because as I understand it, when a motion is made, it needs to look for a second, it stops all other discussion, looks for a second, if it finds one, it needs a vote, if it doesn't find one, then it disappears. since that didn't happen, does that call into question this whole vote from the open space committee?
So let me address that. So I watched that meeting and my recollection of the meeting differs, I think, from what's being stated. Yes, Mr. Cosgrove did make a motion, but discussion hadn't concluded. There was discussion that went on after that. And then finally, there was a motion from Riddiman Stoller, and that ultimately prevailed. So I don't think.
But I guess the question is, you can make a motion at any time.
Well, so let me point this out. The vote that the Open Space Trust Fund Advisory Committee took was advisory. They really have no control over how we spend that money. The Township Committee has the ultimate authority to decide how that money is spent. Now, the fact remains, the majority of that committee, irrespective of the order of the vote or anything else, the majority of that committee made a decision and made a recommendation that 25% of the Open Space Trust funds should go to funding the Fields project. When the Open Space Trust Fund was being promoted by many that have been in the audience or that sit on the Open Space Trust Fund Advisory Committee, one of the major tenets that they were proposing is that it could be used for recreation, be used for fields. And there's a lot of people in town that voted for it solely because of that. And I truly believe, it is my opinion, that if that component was not there, that tax would not have passed. We'll never know. But
And in my recollection it's paramount or analogous to starting a meeting and somebody screaming out a motion before the discussion is complete. The discussion was not complete. We're in full discussion mode, offering up all the different pieces and such. And also too, when the motion was made for the 25%, as Mr. Sacramenti said, it passed flying colors.
I support the Fields.
Can we get an opinion though? Can we get an opinion?
Yeah,
from
let's
Mr.
get the
Cantor?
opinion from Mr. Cantor rather than the mayor.
Thank you.
And I can tell you that the discussion had ended when I made that motion. And you can watch that as many times as you want, but that's what happened. That the motion, the discussion had ended. I made the motion and Mr. Stoller would not let it be heard.
So, I wish I was advised to look at this prior to the meeting, because I'm really not prepared to give a decision, having not seen the video. I would obviously need to review the bylaws of the committee, and if there's a chair, only a chair can ask for a motion, but under Robert's rules, but I don't know if that's how they operate in that committee setting or not. I wasn't there. I will say that what the mayor said, this is an advisory committee, so this board can pass this resolution with or without affirming the recommendation. However, the resolution does firmly state that, it recounts the vote, and the first therefore clause does say that they accept the recommendation of the Open Space Trust Fund. So if it wasn't a proper recommendation, then perhaps the resolution as worded, is improper. I just haven't seen the video or can rule or have it. And I don't know that myself as township attorney would have go back and undo something that was done, at a prior meeting, that's already been adjourned. I don't know the procedure for that, especially when it comes to advisory committees.
it's a moot point at the end of the day, as you pointed out. It's an advisory committee. I think the essence of what the advisory committee wanted came through with that resolution. And I simply am gonna vote.
Yeah, and it's a cute little stunt to say, I'll throw it out there, under Robert rules, I was the chair of the meeting. So it's a cute stunt to say, hey, I threw this out and it was ignored. The discussion was not complete. And when we made the motion, we've got overwhelming 5, 3, and 1 in terms of the vote to support it.
I am happy to review the video and give an opinion, but I don't think it would have much impact on the resolution that you're voting on.
Oh, okay, just want to clarify, the roll call that was done was that there was a majority in favor, right? And that's recorded, and there's minutes, there's recording, right? So we're taking that they voted on that,
But
and a majority.
you might have had the same majority that we'll never know to the 15%, but that was not brought to a vote. It was not even allowed to have a second. So we don't know, that it might have been 6-2 and 1.
Well, they could have voted against it, is what I'm trying to say, is that
I
it's a
don't think
majority.
anybody was so familiar with, or wanted to challenge Mr. Stoller saying, I'm not it, I don't wanna hear that.
They don't want to
Just
be
let it go.
challenged, I mean, they each had a vote. I mean, to say that they
You
wouldn't
know.
want to be challenged.
No, they didn't wanna challenge Mr. Stoller's opinion.
But
I
they,
think
but
we
they
have to
sat on the
operate
board.
under a presumption that the vote was valid.
Yeah.
And so we're gonna vote on this resolution now. It sounds like it's gonna be 3-2. I'd say let's not belabor this.
Sure.
And let's have a.
Unless Mr. Cosgrove wants to ask for a motion to amend the resolution 15%.
I'm not looking to amend it. My argument remains the same about the impropriety of what happened at the meeting. We're talking about CETA and things there, and we've got a thing right in front of us that happened. But I'm not looking to amend it. Thank you.
I'll review, I can review, I'll review.
When was this? How many?
All right, so let's move on to a roll call vote, please, for resolution 26-112. I'm sorry. May I have a motion to approve resolution 26? I don't know.
Second.
There was not.
There was not.
Okay, so we have a vote, the motion?
Second.
I'll make the motion. Okay, fine. So now we will do the roll call vote.
Mr. Cohen,
No.
Mr. Cosgrove,
No.
Mr. Ceruto,
Yes.
Mr. Stoller,
Emphatic yes.
Mayor Sakamandy.
Yes. All right, resolution 26-113, board professional service agreement, professional owners representative for town hall renovation project. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 26-113?
No.
May I have a motion to approve resolution 26-113?
Motion.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove,
Yes.
Mr. Ceruto,
Yes.
Mr. Stoller,
Affirmative.
Mayor Sakamandy.
Yes.
Thank you.
Right. Ordinances, ordinance 2744-26. Freeman Cohen is scheduled to sponsor.
I would like to present an ordinance entitled ordinance number 2744-26, calendar year 2026, ordinance to exceed the municipal budget appropriation limits and to establish a cap bank. What this does, there's a state statute that starts the budget increase at 2%, but based on the needs of the township, we would like to raise that up to 3.5%, which is all allowed under New Jersey SA 444514. I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance posted in accordance with law on the Milburn Township Public Notices page and for hearing and final passage on Tuesday, May 5th, 2026.
May I have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove.
Yes.
Mr. Ceruto,
Yes.
Mr. Stoller,
Affirmative.
Mayor Sakamandy.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, ordinance 2745-26. Scheduled to sponsor. I'd like to present an ordinance entitled ordinance number 2745-26. Ordinance amending chapter 7 traffic of the revised general ordinances Township of Milburn. The proposed amendment to chapter 7 traffic code of Milburn's general ordinances is intended to provide a higher range of fines and penalties related to chapter 7 infractions that will be established by resolution each year. One of the main goals for the increase in the range for penalties is to combat not parking within a parking space on Milburn streets. The ordinance also establishes prohibition of loading and delivery vehicles during certain peak traffic times to reduce congestion and vehicular conflict. Deliveries and loading will be prohibited between the hours of 10 a.m. and 3 p.m. We've discussed these changes, I think at length, at least one, maybe two other meetings prior. So this is the ordinance that will be effectuating that change. I move that this ordinance be taken up and passed on first reading, and that the township clerk be authorized to have the ordinance posted in accordance with law on the Milburn Township Public Notices page and for hearing and final passage on Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen.
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove.
No.
Mr. Ceruto,
Yes.
Mr. Stoller,
Affirmative.
Mayor Sakamandy.
Yes. All right, 2026 budget introduction. Resolution 26-11, actually, the ordinance 26-114. Governing body certification of compliance with the United States Equal Opportunity Commission's enforcement guidance on the consideration of arrest and conviction records in employment decisions under Title VII of the Civil Rights Act of 1964. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 26-114? Okay, may I have a motion to approve resolution 26-114?
Motion.
I'll second it. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove?
Yes.
Mr. Steruto?
Yes.
Mr. Stoller?
Affirmative.
Mayor Sakamandy?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, ordinance 26-115, self-examination of budget resolution. I'm sorry, these resolutions.
Resolution, sorry.
It's confusing,
All right.
jumping around.
Yes.
All right. Are there any comments from the committee in regards to resolution 26-115? All right, may I have a motion to approve resolution 26-115?
Motion.
I'll second it. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove?
Yes.
Mr. Steruto?
Yes.
Mr. Stoller? Mayor Sakamandy?
Yes. All right, I will now, we're gonna do resolution 26-116, resolution to approve 2026 budget and set public hearing date. Public hearing scheduled for May 5th, 2026. I'll now turn it over to Business Administrator Donald for the budget presentation.
Thank you, Mayor. And I'm gonna turn it over to the Township's Chief Financial Officer, Matt Larissy, to start the budget presentation.
Thank you, Alex, and thank you to the mayor and township committee for your time today. We will go through our presentation. I'll answer, any questions afterwards or during, feel free to interrupt. And then we'll, finally introduce the budget. So quickly, the first slide here is just our agenda for the day. We're gonna go through the budget process briefly, touch on our goals and objectives, go through the municipal budget and then the park and utility budget, which are two separate budgets, and then discuss our capital. So the timeline is it's ongoing, right? We have the finance subcommittee, with Committeeman Stoller and Committeeman Cohen that meet regularly to discuss where we're at in the budget and to discuss obstacles we're facing. The financial analysis is done through myself and administration continually throughout the year. Around October, November, December, departments submit their budgets to us. We review those, we sit down with each major department, we go through the requests, some are pared down, some are even beefed up if we feel like there's some agenda that they're not addressing. And then we finally come back to the finance subcommittee with our recommendation. That committee will give us their impression of where they see the budget that year. We come back to them, it's usually a few meetings, 2 or 3 meetings, and we bring ourselves to today, which is the introduction of the budget. We passed the cap bank ordinance, the self-examination and the certification from the governing body. So today's the public presentation. Then if we go to the next slide here, you'll just see after today is we have a public information session scheduled for April 23rd at 7 p.m. That'll be at the library, I believe. So that's just really a public information session to answer questions directly related to the budget. It's a chance for residents to ask specific questions. Some that they may feel a little bit hesitant to come up in front of everybody to ask. It's more of a casual setting. So that's a good opportunity for everybody to attend if they are interested. And then it takes us to May 5th, which is the public hearing and adoption of the budget. Our goals and objectives, obviously even today we've talked about all these different areas that local government touches. Local government is boots on the ground government, right? So our budget has to encompass all of that. Essential services, infrastructure, economic development, planning and land use, civic engagement, cultural and recreation, emergency response, and just our fiscal responsibility in general. Now, we're funding all of these initiatives on an annual basis, but how they get funded each year can change, right? Emergency responses, depending on emergencies. So we have to reallocate funds toward those emergencies. And we're also funding a reserve for those emergencies on an annual basis. Infrastructure needs vary year by year. So our budget is set up to handle and fund all of our initiatives, and there's a certain portion of it that is fungible
to react accordingly. Our philosophy here has been very consistent in Millburn. We take a long-term approach. Millburn is gonna be here and will be here for all of eternity in our minds, right? So we're budgeting for the long term, not necessarily trying to look good in the near term. New Jersey is very conservative accounting, which actually helped us. It helps us, on a long-term plan because we can only anticipate revenues we've received. It's not accrual basis revenue accounting. And then also on the expense side, we have to encumber reserve funds before we even commit to buying anything. So it's very conservative on the revenue side and very conservative on the expense side. There's only one other state in America that has this form of accounting. Most are just GAAP based, which is more flexible and you can get more creative and sometimes that's helpful. But New Jersey is very conservative in the accounting. And that's why you see pretty strong credit ratings across the state. We have a fund balance policy. Governmental Finance Officers of America is the National Association for Finance and Government. It recommends a fund balance as high as 25% of our general fund expenditures, and that's where we're at this point. And we're a AAA rated municipality recently, so we do have the ability to raise funds at a nice low rate and fund our capital needs. So the first few slides here are just kind of a look back on where we stand, the impact of inflation versus our budget, right? Since 2021, inflation is up approximately 22.3%, which our municipal tax levy in those years is about up 10.19%. So you'll see inflation is certainly impacting us. We're able to navigate some of that early on, but you can see the end of the chart in 2024 and 25. We're pretty much following the curve. The main taxing entity for taxpayers is the Board of Education. If you look at these two curves, they're pretty congruent. The Board of Ed is since 2020 up 11.45% compared to 10.19. So you'll see these curves are following each other to a degree. We're a little below them, but in both entities have been conservative and consistent in their budgeting practices. Now this slide is pretty interesting. It's Essex County taxes. Our Essex County taxes, our share of the Essex County budget has gone down from about 50 million in 2018 to 43.5 million last year. It's not because their budget has been reduced in any way. Their budget goes up between 2% or 3% per year. Our share of that pie has been reduced mainly due to development in more urban areas. So as those areas, those municipalities value increases, our share of that pie decreases. If you drive through down 280 or through East Orange and Orange now, you see a lot of development through North. There's pilot agreements associated with that. A lot of those, but that's what's translating to this reduction in county taxes. I believe we still are, or at least we were last year, the second highest taxpayer, but our share of the pie is reduced. Now, these next few slides are some municipal comparisons. You always have to be careful comparing municipalities, even though we operate very similar. We offer very different services. Different towns have utilities that break out large portions of their budgets out of the tax base. But it's a good idea just to look at this, and if you really want to dive deeper, you can do that. But as you see here, we're about 10.55% increase since 2020. Whereas these other towns sit, most of them much higher than us, some of them within our range. But it gives you an idea of what our neighbors and what our other local municipalities are doing. This comparison compares two debt statistics. So budget ratio, debt to budget ratio. So total outstanding debt as compared to the total operating budget. You'll see where we stand there, which is a very low. If not the second lowest percentage. And then the other ratio here is debt service to budget. So that's the percentage of our annual budget that is funding debt. You'll see we're at a little over 3% there, which is extremely low. Many of you know this, but this just shows our total tax breakdown. So the Board of Education makes up 51% of the total tax bill. 24.5% is the municipality. 22.25% is the county, and 2.25% is the public library. Within the county and the municipality in this slide is the open space tax associated with each. This is just a look back at our average tax bill from the prior year. So you'll see the taxing entities, the average tax bill last year was a little over $26,000, and the breakdown there follows the percentages we just discussed. Now we're going to look at our 2026 proposed budget. All right, our net taxable value increased to a little over $10 billion. That's up about 0.5 percentage point. And that was touched on a little bit when we talked about the tax credits. Any given year, new builds, construction, development, that increases our value. And there's also tax appeals that decrease our value. And that nets out this number. So we try to manage this and not pay out funds. We try to manage this number as best we can. And this is what actually strikes the tax rate. That'll change a lot when we do when we have a revaluation, right? So it kind of skews things. The amount of money we're raising will stay similar, but obviously the pot we're drawing it from will be spread differently. The proposed tax rate is 0.499%, which is up 3.96% from 2025. And our average municipal proposed tax on an average property of $1.315 million is $6,564. So that would be the average just municipal tax. And this chart just shows the impact of this increase on various property value levels. Dive in a little bit here on our expenses. All right, the total budget goes to $76.9 million. Salaries and benefits. We're really a service industry at the core of it, so that takes up the majority of our budget, $43.7 million. Operating expenses at about $23 million. Statutory costs and reserves. This is pension bills, employment taxes that are paid. That's about $5.6 million, and our capital investment is $4.3 million. Now, one thing you'll notice here is that we go to $76.9 million from $71.6 million. That's a large jump. A lot of that is because this includes grant funding. We have a large amount of grants we're allocating in this budget. So there's 2 DOT grants. There's a pedestrian safety grant. So that increase alone doesn't translate necessarily to an increase in taxes. The primary budget driver, the main one, and that's been talked about, is health benefits for our employees. Okay. We're about at $10 million in total. We received approximately an 18% increase as a member of the Metropolitan Health Insurance Fund. The state of New Jersey, which Millburn was in for the 50 years before that plus, saw a 35% increase. So we made a move a little bit aggressive where there wasn't very much savings year one, but we saved millions of dollars this year by making that move. It's still 18% is not good, right? If that number was 8%, we'd be looking at maybe a 2 or 2.5% tax increase, right? So this is really our challenge. It's something Alex and I talk about too much at this point. We're engaging all of our unions in how we can solve this problem. But it's also something that's not just government related. I think Affordable Care Act marketplace increase was plus 20% for the year. And the cost drivers are a few. One of it is out of network utilization. So we live in the healthcare capital of kind of the world here, right? We have major hospitals all over the place. In-network providers are everywhere. So out of network spend is something that can be worked on and save substantial dollars. The other thing are drugs, great drugs that help a lot of people, GLP-1s and other specialty drugs. While they're helping people, changing people's lives, we're getting billed. The fund is getting billed, hundreds of thousands of dollars sometimes for just some of these injectables. So that itself is not something we can necessarily solve, but it's something that's driving the cost. So looking ahead, like I said, we're doing a few things here. We're working with our collective bargaining units and trying to find a solution. Trying to design plans that meet their needs and save money, for both entities, because anytime the town saves money, the employees do as well. We're looking at, how to educate and incentivize lower cost plans and also educate on in-house, in-network options. The other major pressures on this year's budget are always collective bargaining, right? We're a service industry, so those agreements, which a lot of which, 3 of which I think have been approved in the last 6 months or so, those drive our budget. The library appropriation, which is a statutory amount, increased $524,000 this year. Pension contributions, that's kind of tied into our salaries, right? So that's a percentage of our salaries that the town contributes towards employee pensions. Insurance, not health-related insurance, but liability or workers' comp insurance. That marketplace, especially workers' comp, was kind of put on its heels a little bit due to legislative changes, but it has leveled out this year slightly. Utilities fluctuate, and obviously utility costs are in the news more and more lately, but we feel those costs obviously, pretty strong. Solid waste and recycling budgets across the state have been increasing. And then our shared service with the dispatch has a it's not a dollar wise very impactful, but it's a larger than normal increase this year as we work through that solution. So this slide is always something I think the public likes to see because it gives them an idea of what they're paying. So we talked about the average tax bill for municipal services. What that is on a monthly basis, we pay most of our bills monthly. It's $587 that the average resident's paying towards municipal services. Now, the vast majority of that is public safety. So on a monthly basis, if you were paying your bill with your cable bill and your Netflix bill, you'd be paying $228 towards public safety. Going down the list here, it'll be about $96 a month for public works related services, $67 a month for capital debt and reserve funding, $56 a month for recycling, garbage, and utility spend, $53 a month for administrative functions. That's everything from legal, engineering, etc. $46 a month for the public library, $19 a month for parks and recreation. General insurance is about $14 a month, and then other miscellaneous service would be about $8 a month. So that's a total of $587 a month for all of your municipal services. On the revenue side here, you'll see we have a balanced budget. We have to be balanced, $76.9 million, 50 million of which is the municipal tax. We're utilizing fund balance, slightly increased at 8.4 million. And what that is a result of operations. We have budgeted revenues. Anything we collect that is in excess of those budgeted revenues goes to fund balance. Anything we spend below our budgeted expenses rolls to fund balance, and there's some other measures that roll into that. But what we do is each year we take that money back into our budget. We never really want to be utilizing more than we're generating, or we definitely don't want to do that consistently. We're operating at a deficit at that point. So while using some money on a year-to-year basis, or a few years ago we took in a lot of extra fund balance to pay down our debt and fund extra capital, that's a worthy use of it. Municipal receipts, that's everything from permits, fees, recreation fees, etc. Court fees, that's 11.3 million. The library tax is 4.7 million, and grants this year are 2.1 million, which you see is an increase from 614,000 for the prior year. Then one thing I did want to touch on is just our current revenue trends. Our expenses are increasing each year, but our non-tax revenues remain relatively flat. The tax levy represents a growing portion of our revenues as a whole, if our other revenues are staying flat. So user-based revenues are not keeping pace with other costs. So that's something we want to be looking at over the next few years is reevaluate our user fees so that they're reflecting actual costs. Align the fees with comparable municipalities, making sure what we're charging isn't well below or necessarily well above our neighboring towns. And expand cost recovery for non-residents and targeted users. And as well as, even more importantly, explore new revenue sources. So that's a team commitment, that we're making, at the township end, and I'm sure that the governing body will assist with. Some good news is our grant fund. We've received over $5 million of grants since 2021. Grants are honestly, it's a lot of work administratively. Anybody who's worked on them can talk about that. There's, whether it's a state grant or a federal grant, there's a lot that goes into it. But the town has made a big push to increase our grant awards. And it's been extremely successful. Close to $3.8 million in roadway and pedestrian improvements, 700,000 plus in infrastructure improvements. The fire department is very proactive in getting equipment grants, to the tune of $280,000 since 2021. Parks and recreation, like Taylor Park, over $1 million. Police as well, bulletproof vests and body camera grants in the last few years, totaling $260,000. And then general recycling and community grants totaling $250,000. This next slide here is just a little bit of our history, our tax rate history. We talked about the average and total increase since 2021, but this just shows the annual increase spelled out. One of the last parts of our current fund budget right now is the sewer user charge. It's not increased for this year. We're at $205. That's really just to spend or to recover the cost of our joint meeting assessment. We get an assessment for the joint meeting. We strike a rate that funds that assessment and also raises some money to pay into a capital reserve. Now that capital reserve was very helpful this year. We got an additional capital assessment from the joint meeting of $790,000. You know, the vast majority of members of the joint meeting had to go out for debt on that. We were able to pay it in cash and save hundreds of thousands of dollars in tax money. So again, we're very reserved and conservative in the way we're handling our budgeting, and you know, just this year it came to our aid. One future consideration here is that we are just funding the joint meeting and a capital reserve associated with the joint meeting. We are not funding with this sewer charge the other sewer infrastructure needs and improvements that the town is making on an annual basis. A lot of our neighboring municipalities have a sewer charge that's more all-encompassing. It might be something we want to consider moving forward to some degree to help the cost burden related there. Our parking utility is a separate budget. It's operated as a self-liquidating utility. Right now, we're looking at a budget of $1.45 million. What you can see here is we've been operating very well. The parking utility is, since it paid off the debt, is in a very healthy position. We're putting money each year into capital improvements. We increased our surplus by $412,000 last year. So we're in a good place parking wise. On the left there, you see a little bit of a grant. This is how the meter collections come in. So 40, and this increases every year towards more digital payments, right? 41.9% is for mobile, park mobile. 23.4% is coming from cash and coins still, and 34.6% is coming from credit card swipes at the kiosks. And it's interesting when you look back, it just creeps away from coins over time.
And just to piggyback on that point, one of the capital expenditures from the parking utility that the township is doing is the replacement of old pay stations and the increase of pay stations where we still have metered collection. Those new pay stations will start to no longer have coin and cash collectors because it's a huge maintenance nightmare, but also the stations themselves are cheaper when you don't have those things in them. They will still have credit card, mobile pay, and Apple Pay on those machines. But I think this year we are ordering 16 of those pay stations.
Right. Lastly, on the parking, this slide just shows somewhat interesting our parking meter collections by month since 2022. You can see in 2022, we were just coming out of COVID where there was less parking, less commuting, and less action in general in the downtown. And you see that scale up, and you know, in majority of these years, it follows a similar trend, dropping off in December when we bag the meters. Interestingly enough, we still collect a lot because people don't realize it's bagged. They might mobile pay. So we collect about like a third of what we normally would. So now we'll go a little bit into our capital plan. I'll kick it over to Alex to handle it.
Thanks, Matt. Yeah, so some really big things kind of happening as it relates to, excuse me, capital planning in 2026, as we've been discussing a lot of it tonight. Town hall renovation is underway. We've been going through the architectural design and various approvals needed for that over the last 2 years. One of the last things holding that up was we needed a DEP approval, the Office of the State Comptroller approval, as well as the State Judiciary approval, because part of the town hall renovation is moving the court from the police department building into town hall to provide some space to the police department, give them a little bit more room to operate, and bring the court over to town hall. So the State Judiciary was the last one to sign off on it, and how that works being integrated into a town hall, which happens in a lot of locations. So that's why the authorization to go out to bid was on the agenda tonight. Another important infrastructure project in 2026 is the Gilmer Place Pump Station. May have explained this in previous meetings, but there's a storm sewer pump off of Gilmer Place that services the South Mountain Reservation for pre and post storm mitigation of stormwater. That pump is quite old and needs some redundancy, new pump, some redundancy, and some expansion in its capacity. So currently it pumps about 30 cubic feet per second. And we are looking to expand that to about 60 cubic feet per second. There are 2 ordinances on the Township Committee agenda for their consideration tonight to acquire the easements and property that's needed for that expansion. We've also received a $500,000 grant from the state to help facilitate that improvement. In addition, you know, there's just there's a lot of work going on, and there's definitely a lot of work being promoted and championed by the committee here as we move forward in 26. The Taylor Park improvements for lighting. We've still got the Taylor Park Gateway, which is a project that we will be resurrecting very shortly. You've got the pedestrian safety improvements being discussed at the Short Hills train station, which is being funded with some help from a $479,000 grant for Safe Routes to Transit. In addition, there is still the Safe Routes to Schools grant that we were working on for a connection on Old Short Hills Road to the Deerfield School from which is a grant in the amount of $599,000. Also, our capital plan includes, you know, other stuff that doesn't necessarily become as visible, you know, whether it's department vehicles in the police department, the Department of Public Works. Department of Public Works is also responsible for 5 sewer pump stations. This is kind of the point that Matt was making about the sewer user charge. We have 5 pump stations that help lift the sanitary sewer up over the hill and gravity fed down to Elizabeth, where the joint meeting is located. Those take a lot of maintenance. I'll just put my annual plug in for not flushing wipes, because that also helps us with the maintenance of those pump stations. But it also goes with sewer line breaks in the roads. Every time we do a road reconstruction, we go in and we TV the lines in the street. We make sure we repair any breaks in the lines there prior to the milling and paving or the curb reconstruction on the street. That's another aspect of the 2026 plan, is that we have 2025, a second phase of 2025 road reconstructions. I believe it's about 8 roads. This information is located on the township's website under projects. And that will be done toward the end of June. And then there will be an additional look at allocating funding for the 2026 roads, which will be limited based on the amount of projects and debt that we are currently encumbering with these large projects like the field and town hall renovation and Gilmer Place Pump Station. But there's a ton of work going on, a lot of infrastructure improvements, and you know, we will continue to do that and look for grants. The engineering department, as well as the assistant administrator, is currently looking through local aid grants, discretionary aid grants. Any opportunity that we have to find grant funding or any additional funding, we go after. It doesn't mean we're always going to be successful, but we take a stab at it, and so that will continue to help us do more, you know, with the taxpayer dollar.
Thank you, Alex. So in conclusion, We have our public information session, April 23rd. Again, for anybody interested, that's your chance to maybe casually ask questions about this. There's a lot of work that goes into this, so I don't mind answering questions, because there's a large amount of time spent by my office and administration on crafting this. And I just want to thank everybody for your time today, especially the finance subcommittee, my staff, all the department heads for all the work they do. It's a real team in Milburn. Everybody works together. There's a lot of conversation on spending priorities and using the tax money we have to the best of our ability. So thank you. If there's any questions now, I'll be happy to answer it. And otherwise, we'll see you at the public hearing and adoption.
First. Thank you, Matt. Would any member of the township committee like to comment on the proposed budget?
I'll start. So as one of two members on the finance committee, subcommittee up here, I just cannot commend you enough for the work you do, Matt. With Alex, just another fantastic job. I know we've been difficult with lots of attribution analysis, understanding the absolute pieces of the budget and such, and you've delivered fantastically, and it just shows in your work. Part of that, and I'll defer to Michael for his comments as well. And the whole idea of revenues not keeping up with expenses. I mean, I've run multiple businesses, large businesses, and that healthcare is just unbelievable. I mean, really, and to keep it at 18% where we did, I mean, just a yeoman's job. So thank you on that, and good job.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'll echo that. I mean, it's really tough. It's between, you mentioned it in the presentations, healthcare, it's inflation, and now with energy costs going up, everything is just gonna cost more. We talked about even tariffs and whatever. I mean, all of that has its impact. And, you have us saying, well, can you do it for less? Can you do it for less? So it was an excellent presentation, super clear. And, I think you've done a great job.
Thank you.
I also want to echo those remarks. Fantastic presentation, very detailed, very easy to follow. It looks like we're doing great compared to other towns around us. We've always had really good civic discipline here in town. And, a lot of that is a testament to, our CFO and our business administrator, just making sure things are done right and we keep an eye on where all the money's going and trying to economize where possible. So excellent job.
Thank you, Mayor.
Anyone else? Movement?
Yeah, just want to emphasize, when I first came on as a township committee member, the first question I asked CFO Matt and Alex was about our financial philosophy and our ethics and morals that we're governed by. And I feel very confident with the leadership we have in place. Everybody knows New Jersey and politicians, corruption and slush funds and all the gamut. And a lot of it goes on in this county. So on this end of the county, we certainly have a discipline, which is very important. So I have a lot of confidence. I'm excited about the projects that are also forward, and I think it's so important that we are maintaining our infrastructure before it's too late, right? Some of it is too late, but some of the philosophy around how we manage our fleet, the philosophy around how we, don't just have artificial political, tax cuts on a municipal level or make things look like they're better, but then in the long road, we pay for it. This is how you run a proper municipality. So I just wanted to emphasize that because, a lot of people ask, oh, well, what's going on behind the curtain? Well, good things are going on behind the curtain. And here is the show in front of the curtain. So you're welcome and keep up the good work. Make us proud. Thank you.
Just for everyone, these materials are posted on the township's website under the finance page. If you want to take a look at them, we'll see everybody who's interested on the 23rd.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve resolution 26-116?
I move that resolution 26-116 be approved and that the township clerk be authorized to have the budget notice posted in accordance with law on the township's official public notices page on the township website, and that the public hearing and final passage is scheduled for the May 5th, 2026 Township Committee meeting at the Milburn Education Center located at 434 Milburn Avenue in Milburn.
Okay, okay, in that case, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove?
Yes.
Mr. Ceruto?
Yes.
Mr. Stoller?
Affirmative.
Mayor Sacramento?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, we're gonna take a 2-minute break.
Ram is on, just bring them on for these first two minutes, just in case. He's in the restroom. Mayor, he's in the restroom.
Yeah. Sorry, everyone, we need another minute.
It shouldn't be.
Okay.
All right, we're gonna continue our meeting with the second reading ordinances. Ordinance 2735-26, Stephen Cohen is scheduled to sponsor.
I present for consideration an ordinance entitled Ordinance 2735-26, ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Milburn Development Regulations and zoning ordinance. Tonight is the time set for the public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with law.
Mr. Federer, to speak article and answer questions.
You can have, I mean, this is the one that I can say what this is. What this was the one that does a better job of defining the various types of medical businesses that exist in town.
In that case, I declare the hearing open.
I move that the public hearing be closed and that the ordinance be adopted on final reading and that the township clerk be directed to post the ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with law.
I second the motion. Are there any remarks from the committee before we vote?
No.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove?
Yes.
Mr. Ceruto?
Yes.
Mr. Stoller?
Affirmative.
Mayor Sakamandy?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ordinance 2736-26, Deputy Mayor Cosgrove is scheduled to sponsor.
Thank you, Mayor. I present for consideration an ordinance entitled Ordinance 2736-26. It's an ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Milburn Development Regulations and zoning ordinance. This is, part of the work of the Zoning Code Examination Committee. It's sprucing up and fixing some definitions, resolving some issues identified regarding vagueness of the terms, missing definitions, and missing terms. It has been approved as well, sent to and approved as well by the planning board. Tonight is the time set for the public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with law.
I declare the hearing open.
I move that this public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on final reading, and that the township clerk be directed to post the ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with law.
Second.
Okay, are there any remarks from the committee before we vote? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove?
Yes.
Mr. Ceruto?
Yes.
Mr. Stoller?
Correct.
Mayor Sakamandy?
Yes. All right. I'm scheduled to sponsor ordinance 2737-26. I present for consideration an ordinance entitled ordinance 2737-26, an ordinance creating a long-term strategic planning advisory committee and adding section 2-39 to the Milburn Township Code. Tonight is the time set for public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with law. Declare the hearing open.
My name is Jeffrey Feld. I live in the poet section. On this, I just want to look at section 2-39.2A. Earlier this evening, I agree with Saul that the clear language of it says consists of 9 voting members. And you're only appointing 7. I was just told earlier this evening that I don't know how to read. Word voting means something. Also, it says a quorum, if you're having 7 members, why is a quorum 5 members? Quorum should be a majority, which should be 4. I'm just saying that there are drafting typos or errors that should be corrected. If you are just appointing 7 voting members, it should be clear that that's an A, and that quorum should be 4. And I like how you do in this ordinance, which you don't do in the CETA ordinance, you have ex officio members being of various people of committees, other associations. But the word voting member is in there in A.
Christine Bass, Melbourne Township. I'm just gonna briefly state my support. I mean, I think Jeff might have some things I'm not as well read, so I'm not gonna touch base on that, because I'm not educated enough on that one. But I do want to say I very much support strategic planning committee for this town. I think that I am incredibly grateful for what you guys have put together tonight. I don't know who did what, but thank you so much, because there has been no strategic planning ever. And what are we gonna do when pools overflow? We have no plan at all. We don't even know. And then we've got more things coming online. And I don't want to see misplanning by the planning committee. It's a very different committee today with a zoning board where buildings get allowed that literally are 2 feet off the curb and a car's gonna go right to that access building. Outrageous colors, there could be design standards. Go look at other towns. It's unacceptable. And thank you so much for doing this. You're saving our town.
Great. I move that this public hearing be closed and that the ordinance be adopted on the final reading and that the township clerk be directed to post the ordinance by title as passed final reading in accordance with law. I have a second.
Second.
Do you want to address Mr. Feld's comment? I think we have 9 total members that vote. 2 of them are TC members, and the other 7 are appointed from the community.
And it says here, may,
Yeah,
2
then-
members may be township committee members.
Yeah.
No,
Like may,
and then I think,
the bottom.
and B says 2 township committee members shall be appointed. So there is an inconsistency in this ordinance. I think we should move, I think we can move to amend the ordinance. If we're sticking with changing the word 9 to 7 voting members. That's what the ordinance had.
Oh, so we're appointing 7 tonight, we're not 25.
25,
I see.
Yeah, I think with Mr. Bell's point, a typo, I said the committee shall consist of 2, consist of 7 voting members.
Or we have room to have 2 more.
If we add 2 more, we may have to reintroduce.
So let's just amend.
Yeah, I think if we added to section B, I would say that would probably be a material change that we could reintroduce, but we could correct the typo in A to make it consist of 7 voting members.
Right, that's just.
Right.
And then,
Well, because.
and then I think we should change the may to shall be.
Because the business administrator, we're technically appointing 9, but that includes the ex officio non-voting,
The 9 is.
Alex
is a-
and the man.
is a
Right,
typo.
Yeah, but so it was probably because there's none members.
Yes, I think that.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. Yeah, so why don't we, I would suggest that there's a motion to amend section A to change the word 9 to 7, then parenthetically 7. And 2 of the voting members shall be township committee members, the word may should be shall.
So, make the motion to make the amendment as just by attorney. Second,
So I'm just a little confused. I don't care if we make the amendment, but I want to vote against the ordinance. Is that a separate vote?
Separate vote.
I second.
roll call vote, please.
On the amendment.
On the amendment.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Mr. Costco,
Yes.
Mr. Ceruto.
Yes.
Mr. Stoller, Mayor Sakamandy.
Yes.
And again, I'm deeming this not to be a substantial change to the ordinance to require reproduction, given that the members remain the same and I don't think it's a substantial change. I believe it would be a typo.
In that case, we have a motion second.
So I need a motion to adopt the
Okay.
ordinance as amended.
Sure. Can I have so I make a motion to adopt the ordinance as amended. May I have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen,
So I'd like to explain,
So
you didn't ask if the township had any feelings about the thing like you did for the first
did
two.
everybody vote yet?
No.
No, all right. So why don't you open up for discussion?
So I supported this. I do think strategic planning is a good thing. But the reason I'm gonna vote against this is that when this was first brought up, I talked with Mayor Sakamandy and I said, I could live with this, but I wanted to make sure that it wasn't political. And what I'm seeing is that based on the appointees, a couple of them are political. We have the Republican Party chair, and we have someone who ran for Township Committee as a Republican, albeit briefly, but if you look quickly, he was on their website. I understand that there are 2 registered Democrats, but they are not local activists in the same way as the Republicans. And I think that is counter to the purpose of this committee. And so I think it's a good thing, but I'm not happy with the members, so I'm just gonna vote no here as well as later. Do I vote no? I will vote no.
So just to be clear, there are 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, and 1 unaffiliated that are being proposed for this committee. I think that you don't get any more balanced than that. We also didn't have a whole bunch of people that applied to the committee. There were a whole lot of local activists from the Democratic Party that applied. So we went with the pool we had, and we chose the most capable people for the boards and committees. Quite honestly, the fact that it worked out that there were 2 Republicans, 2 Democrats, and an unaffiliated is a happy coincidence, because really we just looked at the most qualified people, because I think that irrespective of party, we should always be choosing the most qualified individuals, regardless of their party. So that's it about that. Anyone else have any comment?
If I could, I too supported this originally, was gonna vote for this, but when I see the people that are being proposed by majority to be the members of it, I'm gonna, I don't support it anymore.
In that case, we don't need to belabor it.
Well, you know what, I just wanna say, I find it really unfortunate that that's what the crux of it is, the whatever the wording is. I went to Florida, but I guess I can't pronounce that. Making it political, I mean, it's so divisive. I don't know why that has to be the rationale. So I don't understand it.
I would be happy with 2 Republicans. I don't think they should be local activists.
Okay. We've had the chairs of committees come up here to speak on almost all of these groups. I mean, I could name 2 of them that spoke today that happen to be chairs and of the other party, and they're appointed to things. I mean, I don't think.
You're absolutely correct.
I find it's disheartening. It's very disheartening.
It's disappointing, and I think the partisanship that we see here tonight is not on the vote from Melbourne side, it's from the other 2 members, so with that.
If I could, given the comments that are being made, what I don't like is receiving a telephone call from Mr. Sakamundi, the mayor, telling me that these are the people that are going to be appointed to the committee, after he's already talked to everybody else and there's been a decision made that these
Someone
are
has
the
to be
people.
last on the list, unfortunately.
Yeah, thank you.
That's just. Roll the dice. Sometimes I call you first.
And I just want to be completely clear here, there's a little bit of a malignment of our current processes. The CFO and Alex do a fantastic job. Can they use help sometimes? Absolutely, and that's what this committee, this advisory committee is there for, to help. There's a lot of things coming down the pike in terms of the large buildings that we have that people have referenced on Annie Says and at the Arboretum and the Woodmont and such, to have a comprehensive pool of talent to help make these decisions, I think is going to be invaluable. But I don't want to malign what's been done before, because this is just an improvement to the current process.
Yeah, and I believe that we had discussed in prior meetings, this group is gonna develop specialized subcommittees and bring in people throughout town that have subject matter expertise for that particular subcommittee. So it'll probably be, finance arm, architectural arm, I don't know, whatever they come up with. But there's gonna be a lot more to this group than, what we have here.
Right. I just find it, we had the reorg meeting where we had a lot of unanimous appointments of people of both parties to leadership roles on all these committees. And for it to come down to a 3-2 vote, I just don't understand it, because we've had, but nonetheless.
I can tell you,
Okay.
it started, I think the politicization of all this started when we passed the ordinance about party chairs not being allowed to be chairs of committees. And Ms. Lieberberg stepped down as being the Democratic Party chair. That's probably where some of this started, and here we are, we're doing it again. I understand this committee doesn't handle money, but.
I think that was for chairs.
I can't, I don't run her vote, she didn't run mine, but that's where I didn't vote for it. I can't speak for her. I think that's where, and it was carefully crafted. I know this one doesn't handle money, so this one is different. And it's whatever, but I think that's where some of the politicization started, with an ordinance that was clearly directed at one person. And so here we are.
I think it's sort of a lawsuit.
Understood. Okay, so that's your perspective on that.
So I think let's just vote.
Nonetheless,
I know what we're gonna vote, so.
You know what,
roll call vote.
I hope we can all work together. Once it's formed, this is what it is. We'll move forward.
Roll call vote.
Mr. Cohen,
No,
Mr. Cosgrove,
No,
Mr. Ceruto,
Yes.
Mr. Stoller,
For
Mayor Sakamondi,
Yes.
thank you.
All right. Ordinance 2738-26. Your schedule is sponsored. Present for consideration ordinance entitled Ordinance 2738-26. Ordinance repealing Resolution 20-35, permanently disbanding and dissolving CETA and creating Section 2-40 of the Milburn Township Code and creating the Cultural Diversity Committee. Tonight is the time set for public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with law. I declare the hearing open.
Good evening. Bill Kirsch, Milburn resident. I have to say, I haven't heard one objective reason to have CETA disbanded on the committee tonight. Not one objective reason. So I want to repeat my objection to ordinance 2738-26, which permanently disbands CETA and replaces it. As I've said before, I believe this is a necessary action that appears to be a political power play, and a vindictive one at that. The further action to have the township committee, only in the case of this particular advisory board, select the chair, vice chair, and secretary is additionally, on the face of it, undemocratic. In an effort to ensure that the former leader does not again serve. That explains it. So I urge you once again to recognize the wishes of many of the existing CETA members and many residents to defeat this ordinance. And further, I'd like to say we've seen a little bit of governmental arrogance tonight, I believe, because the assumption that this will pass, which is why the resolution appointing individuals to the committee is on the same agenda, and why, with all due respect to the person, the prospective new chair, that she feels that she is the chair, and she's not being arrogant. But the government, the township committee here proposing this is showing its arrogance. And further, the implication, once again, that there was a racist reason for overlooking or not having certain groups on these tiles. The implication, again, with no justification, is just totally out of place. And I would say, as someone on the committee had mentioned at an additional meeting, it really would have been nice if the township committee at some point had put together an exhaustive listing of all township-related organizations to have on its website so that no one would have been overlooked. And that was the responsibility of township government. So stop pointing fingers, stop dividing, stop implying things. And lastly, I will say that to change your mind is not a weakness. And still, as Mr. Cosgrove pointed out, there's still a chance for certain people to change their vote. It would only mean that they step back, did some introspection, reconsidered, and actually looked at the wishes of the people who the mayor thanks for coming to these meetings and being involved. So I think it is very clear what needs to be done. And I still hope that the right vote will take place tonight. Thank you.
Ralph Van Barrett, 30-year township resident. Just want to point out, I'm on the flood mitigation committee. I am not campaigning to be the chair, but I do want to point out to the township that the chair of the flood mitigation advisory committee was appointed by the township committee. James McKenna is doing a wonderful job. He wasn't voted in, he was appointed by the township committee. So there are committees in town. So let's point to the fact, there are committees in town that have leadership appointed by the township committee. CETA is not the only one. So it's erroneous to say that that's the only case. I'm not campaigning to be the chair of that committee. I don't have the time. Jim is doing a fantastic job, and I thank him, but just recognize that there are committees that have leadership appointed by the township.
Good evening, Janet Pizar, township resident. Not so very long ago, there was a New Jersey governor who made the public announcement that he was disbanding one of the departments in the state of New Jersey. He made a public announcement, he had made that decision. And of course, when the officers and the people of that department and all their affiliates heard that, they asked for an audience with the governor and they got one. And not long after that, the governor rescinded his decision. He said he never really understood the breadth of that department and what they took on. And he also admitted he didn't really know of the unintended consequences that would be enforced. So I think that was admirable of our governor to have done that. And it showed this is a leader who's going to take into consideration what the public feels, what they have to say, to give more points of view on the situation and to weigh everything again, very, very carefully. And I also just piggybacking on Bill's comment, when I saw this tonight being distributed, what it said to me is, we're dismissive of you and your comments, what you've said in the past, what you might say this evening. We've dug our heels in, and this is the way it's going to be. And Phil called it arrogant. I call it, in a euphemism, very, very dismissive. This was premature, and it sent a very, very strong message to the public.
Christine Best, Over Township. I want to talk about a little bit more about this particular ordinance. So I obviously support your move. DEI and inclusion initiatives cannot sometimes be dishonestly used in political astroturfing campaigns to create a false appearance of broad grassroots support for specific ideologies or candidates by orchestrating top-down initiatives to appear as organic community advocacy organizations manipulate public, well, these type of organizations manipulate public perception. So I love the fact that this group honestly volunteered, and I'm not criticizing it at all, but this is a very, very sensitive topic, and these are highly educated people. I don't want to hear one peep out of anybody. I went to art school, I'm still pretty highly educated, that you don't have an IQ over 125, okay? So you should know better, it's unacceptable. So this is dishonest DEI. I'm requesting that the township community has this mural redone, okay? There's things that need to come off of it. I'm trying to understand wholeheartedly how Milburn Aspire, again, why are all these advocacy groups on this? This is about the history of our town. And if it is a DEI initiative, then fine, make it that, okay? But you can take all the 501c little guys off there and put other parties on that should be on there. That needs to be done. What is Milburn Inspire doing with listing organizations in the in the township of Newark? There's a tile for Trinitas Hospital in Newark. The YMCA, which I think might be in Newark, I'm not sure, but I know we don't have one in Milburn that I'm aware of. What is the EOAH and Peter Francesco Park in Newark? Why are we not talking about other parks in our town? Why are we talking about Newark? This is a Milburn event, okay? That's huge. And to comment, Dave, I'm really begging you, and Michael, to really look past the politicization of this, because you just have to do the right thing. This is just wrong. And you know why there's a sledgehammer in this room, okay, and loud voices? Is because it's wrong, okay? It's wrong, and it needs to be fixed, okay? What does the Koala Conservation Crew have to do with Milburn 250 celebration? Please advise. I really need to understand. Where are the Sikhs, the Buddhists, the Dalits, the Russian Orthodox, Greek Orthodox, Coptic Christians, etc., on and on and on and on. I want to also know if Alex could please advise. I'd like to know who paid for this mural. I also want to recognize the fabulous artists that did legitimate tiles, who were Emily Whitley, Michael Cooper, Amy McGovern, Oscar Peterson, and Donna Davis. I thank them very much. Thank you.
Hi, Chris Arnett, Milburn resident. I find nothing presumptive about what's being done. I've been a member of a whole bunch of boards, corporate boards. You form a committee, you have those members lined up. If the discussion changes, that piece doesn't go through. I see it as thoughtful, well-executed planning. So those comments surprise me a bit. I think I recall, 2-3 meetings ago, Mr. Saccomundi was criticized greatly for pulling a resolution on the Historic Preservation Committee and postponing it to a future meeting because all the ducks weren't in a row. There was questions about the petition, and he was cracked upon for doing that. So basically, no matter what you do, Frank, you catch it both ways. So I applaud you kind of sticking to your agenda. I do not for one second believe that if there was a lot of comments here against or a reason to, that you would not change your mind or the committee would have a fruitful discussion. So there is a lot of work. You kind of know how these things are going to go, but it could change. And I see that here. And I'm greatly disappointed by the partisanship this evening. I thought reappointing all the CETA members, who I have no idea who they are, but I recall during the discussions, there was one guy up here who said he was a Republican. He may be the only one on CETA. So my guess is that is a very heavily leaning one-way group. Seems they are all appointed again with no discussion on, oh, let's take the opportunity to rebalance the committee since now I could do it. And devious, I'm doing all these plans. Like, I don't think that happened, but yet Strategic Planning Board, which I think Ms. Pasternak has been talking about for a decade, finally comes to fruition and she wants to serve. She gets that chance regardless of her other talent students. Makes perfect sense to me. I wanted to be on the board. I wasn't chosen. Tough luck. I'll apply again next cycle. So just my thoughts. please move ahead and approve. Thank you.
Jeffrey Phil, live in the poet section, I'm a registered Democrat. I probably caused this problem because I was appointed to the seat of board, attended the meeting on February 4th. I immediately, within an hour of the meeting, contacted Mr. Cosgrove about some errors, procedural errors, the reorganization meeting. And the real origin of this ordinance goes back to the 250 tile mural. It's almost 60 days. I'm a member of CETA. I still have not received a list. The public has not received a list of who the participants are and the number of tiles that were assigned to them. Going to the ordinance, I would recommend that you use the provisions that you had on the prior ordinance where you broaden it up, that we have representation of the clergy. We heard that there's an interfaith association. Why aren't they included as a clause? I am confused. When you look at your ordinance, it gives you the right to appoint other resident voting members. Later tonight, you're going to have an ordinance, a resolution where I'm listed, but it doesn't say whether I'm a voting member or not. If I am, with the intention of the list of, let's say, 22 other people are to be non-voting members, it should be set forth. Otherwise, are we voting members? And if we are voting members, you're going to have 30 members. So is that going to require a quorum of 16? You might be getting to a point where what you're doing is unmanageable because of the size of quorums. Also, an ordinance becomes effective upon publication. So it's probably like a 20-day period after, the ordinance will become effective upon publication, which may occur within a week. This resolution comes effective today, so you might want to maybe postpone this resolution till the next meeting because of the way procedural effectiveness is going.
Hi, good evening, Regina Pruitt, I live in Short Hills. This is near to the resolution tonight, and just a note. Tonight, one of the board members, I know you're new and diplomacy is sometimes difficult when you're brand new. But I wanted to talk about your comments about that the leader was Jewish, and maybe there'll be a Catholic one on CETA or CDC, whatever we call it from now on. And I hope that you understand that the separation of church and state is a fundamental principle of the United States, ensuring that government remains neutral in religious matters. And I certainly hope that you won't choose leaders for any of our committees based on their religion. And that's all I want to say.
I don't think I heard her say that. No, I listened pretty close. I'll make it quick. Richie Seibert, Melbourne resident. Last month, last meeting when I was here, I said, I've lived in town 25 years. I never heard of CETA. I now hear about CETA a lot now. These tiles that are being put up. So I didn't know that Christine Best knew that there's tiles up there of whatever parks in North. Is this a foreshadowing? Something's going to take place in our town? I don't know. It's a mystery to me. I don't get it. Maybe someone can explain to me why tiles are up there from North. Maybe you can, Michael. I'm gonna let you explain.
Anyone else?
I come in peace. Can I bring up something else?
No.
It has to be that point?
There's a second public comment later.
Okay, then I'll go home.
With that, I move that this public hearing be closed, and the ordinance be adopted on final reading, and the township clerk be directed to post the ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with the law. May I have a second, please?
Second.
All right,
We
so
can make
I'm
some
gonna
comments.
start with the comments. All right, so before we vote on this ordinance tonight, I want to say something clearly and from the heart. Jackie Benjamin Lieberberg has given years of her time to this community. That is not nothing. Volunteerism is the lifeblood of a town like ours, and her passion for Millburn is genuine. I have never doubted that. I hope she will remain an active part of this community's civic life for many years to come. But tonight is not about Jackie. Tonight is about the structure. When we all took our oaths of office, we swore to serve the residents of this township, all of them. Part of the obligation is fiduciary. This means ensuring that when this township committee lends its name to a committee, that committee operates transparently, keeps records, accounts for its decisions, and manages reputational risk on behalf of this community. That is not a political position. That is the job. For 6 years, the basic requirements of CEDA's own governing resolution went unmet. This township committee reaffirmed that resolution every single year. The resolution was clear. The board shall select a chairperson. The board shall elect a secretary. The secretary shall keep minutes. None of that happened for 6 years. When that failure finally came to light at CEDA's first meeting in 2026, on February 4th, the meeting had no agenda. There was no reorganization, no election of a chair, no election of a secretary. When members raised the requirement for minutes, Ms. Lieberberg stated on video that she was unaware that minutes for a secretary were required. Those requirements are clearly articulated in CEDA's founding resolution, a resolution that established a committee she herself founded, and one that was reaffirmed by this body every year that she sat on it. I won't belabor those facts further, but I do want to talk about what that failure of accountability cost this community in concrete terms and lasting ones. The CEDA/250 Committee Tile Project is a permanent public art exhibit bearing the township's own seal. It is a permanent public record of who is in this community, whose story gets told, whose contributions are recognized. That is why it matters so much who is on it and why. And that is why the process by which it was created matters. When CEDA members of the committee itself, asked for a list of organizations that had been contacted and invited to participate, that request was refused. It was refused at a meeting, it was refused on video. They were told to wait for the unveiling. When I sought that list myself, I had to obtain it through the township's business administrator, going to the chair of the America 250 Committee to get basic information about a public art project conducted under the township's name. Why does that matter? Because you already know what had emerged before that list was obtained. Mount Zion African Methodist Episcopal Church, the oldest Black church in Millburn, a congregation that has stood in this community since 1902, was never contacted. Pastor Aisha Maribel confirmed that to me directly in person when I visited Mount Zion Church, and she indicated that the Mount Zion Black Americans of Church was not meaningfully reached. An outreach attempt was, separately from that, the Black Americans of Millburn Short Hills organization indicated that they were not meaningfully reached. An outreach attempt was made, but directed to an individual who holds no leadership role in that organization, who was not even directly addressed in the emails, but blind copied on some of them, and who confirmed he had no idea what to do with the message. BAM's co-founder has confirmed on public record that the organization was not reached. Those initial exclusions are what brought this matter before this body. But beyond that initial reckoning, when the full list was finally obtained, we found that the following organizations are also absent from the final exhibit. I cannot tell you whether each was contacted and declined or were never reached at all, because there are no records. That is the point. The organizations absent include Wyoming Presbyterian Church, which hosts this community's beloved annual pumpkin patch, Covenant Presbyterian Church, the High Center Chabad of Millburn Short Hills, the Indian American Association of Millburn Short Hills, Down the Block, which promotes emergency financial assistance to Millburn residents facing hardship, the Warehouse, New Jersey, which furnishes homes for families transitioning out of homelessness, the Opportunity Project on East Willow Street, the only brain injury rehabilitation program of its kind in New Jersey, right here in Millburn, the Millburn Institute of Talent, a Chinese language school that has educated hundreds of children in this community, the newcomers and neighbors of Short Hills and Millburn, which has been welcoming new residents to this town for over 50 years. The Short Hills Garden Club, this township's own Community Service Award recipient as recently as this past December. March 4th, our Community Service Award recipient in 2023, which has raised over $350,000 for cancer prevention. And the Millburn Short Hills 4th of July Committee, the organization that runs this town's own Independence Day celebration. all absent from America's 250th anniversary mural. This is not a paperwork problem. As one of our CETA members said from that podium at our last meeting, this is a culture of disengagement from the very communities this committee was created to serve. A failure not only of governance, but of inclusion. And it is precisely the kind of failure that happens when one person controls the process, the invitation list, and the records, or rather, the absence of records with no accountability to anyone. A committee without records cannot be held accountable. A committee that cannot be held accountable will inevitably leave people out, often the very people it was created to serve. Tonight, we are not tearing something down, we are building something better, and we are building it the right way. The Cultural Diversity Committee will operate under a governance structure this community deserves. Meetings will be held at least quarterly and advertised publicly on the township website. Minutes will be recorded and submitted to the municipal clerk's office. An annual report will be delivered to the township committee each December. And unlike CETA, which existed only by resolution, subject to annual renewal, the Cultural Diversity Committee is established by ordinance, codified permanently in the township code. This is not a technicality. It is a statement of commitment. This committee is not a year-to-year afterthought. It is a permanent fixture of how the township governs itself. This is not bureaucracy. This is accountability, and it's long overdue. I'm also proud to introduce the leadership of this new committee, which we will vote on later tonight. Our new chair will be Jane Shan. Jane has been a member of CETA for several years. She sits on the board of the Milburn Short Hills Chinese Association, representing one of the largest and most vital communities in our township. She runs an immigration law firm, and she understands from both her professional and her civic life what it means to help people find their place and their voice. She is exactly the kind of leader this committee deserves. Our new vice chair will be Tiffy. I can't pronounce the last name. In any event, Tiffy founded the Indian American Association of Milburn Short Hills. She was instrumental in getting Diwali recognized by the state of New Jersey. She served on the board of the Cora Hartshorn Arboretum for 5 years. She has spent her life building bridges between communities and between people. That is what this committee is for. Our new secretary will be Venkat Bala, a scientist, an innovator, and a deeply committed member of this community who will bring the same rigor to this committee's records that he brings to everything else he does. To all former CETA members, you are welcome here. Your work, your ideas, and your passion have a home in the Cultural Diversity Committee. We want you at the table, and that is why later tonight we are appointing each and every one of you to the new CDC. And to everyone who spoke out tonight in defense of the old structure, I hear you and I respect that you care about this community. But I would ask, rather than defending a process that produced the gaps I just described, consider helping build the comprehensive, inclusive outreach this community deserves. History does not have to repeat itself. The new Cultural Diversity Committee will reach every corner of this town systematically and transparently. That is the work. I hope you'll be a part of it. The residents of Milburn, all of them, deserve nothing less. Are any other committee members' comments they'd like to make?
Yes, I agree with all your comments. Ms. Trick, just want to respond. In the ordinance, it says the Milburn Township Committee hereby finds that the Cultural Diversity Committee should exist to promote the community's wide variety of faiths and philosophies. So that's the only reason why I mentioned faith. This is a diversity committee of faiths, backgrounds.
It's different than picking a leader based on religion.
No, we would never pick a leader based on religion, but this isn't a back and forth, but I'm just responding. I'm clarifying.
Mr. You're out of order.
I'm clarifying my statement that all members may hold different backgrounds, and that's what makes our community more united and strengthened. That is the point. We can have a leader of, I could change my religion any day. And that's the strength that comes with this committee is the diversity in the unity in diversity. And I think the strength of the leadership and of the members, which will evolve, is amazing, right? This community, we heard the history, right? Everybody, I hope everybody knows the history of this community. Some of it pretty, some of it not. But of the waves of different immigration, right? The large, as I mentioned before, Italian population. Okay, it's more diminished. What's next? Who knows? Maybe Canadians will come here, who knows? Yeah, I got a few chuckles on that. Maybe a few more. You know, let's bring some positive energy. I think there's a lot of attention on negative energy. I mean, it's a municipal committee that is open to all, and everybody should feel comfortable. And I hope that this committee can live in person and off of Facebook. End of my comments. Everybody is welcome, all backgrounds, all the time. Thank you.
Before we vote,
Yes, Facebook's accessible, you don't know Facebook, please stay off of Facebook. I've spoken to many of the groups that were not on the list. You know, Pastor Maribel's just been such a loving, great person in this community. And, you know, understanding inclusivity, accountability, and what we need to do to move this community forward. And, you know, I've seen a number of times today, people have maybe not been given the convenient truth and misaligned some facts and things along those lines. So, you know, and to the audience who offered their interjections too, you know, we respect all of your opinions quite a bit. Thank you.
Yeah, look, we know it's a foregone conclusion, so, you know, I mean, we've certainly talked about this committee more this year than probably in all 6 years that it's existed. You know, we did not, I don't think any one of the 5 of us reviewed the tiles. We don't review all of the work in progress until, you know, of every subcommittee. The money was obtained by a grant, so we weren't even asked to put out money for the mural. I think, as I've said numerous times, there are other ways to have handled this. If this was the route that we wanted to take to make it more of a diversity committee than a culture committee, certainly that's something we could have done, and we didn't need to take the heavy-handed step of appointing the leadership. But we've said it already, so that's that.
great. All right, so we're gonna have a roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen,
No.
Mr. Cosgrove,
No,
Mr. Ruda,
Yes.
Mr. Stoller,
Affirmative.
Mayor Sakamandy,
Yes. All right, ordinance 2739-26. Stephen Cohen is scheduled to sponsor.
Okay, I present for consideration an ordinance entitled ordinance number 2739-26, ordinance amending and supplementing chapter 7, traffic section 7-11.1, time limit parking of the revised general ordinances of the Township of Milburn. Tonight is the time set for the public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with law.
Declare the hearing open.
I move that the public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on final reading, and that the township clerk be directed to post the ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with law.
Second the motion. Are there any remarks from the committee before we vote?
No.
In that case, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen,
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove,
yes,
Mr. Ceruto.
Yes.
Mr. Stoller,
Affirmative.
Mayor Sakamandy,
Yes. All right, ordinance 2740-26. Deputy Mayor Cosgrove is scheduled to sponsor.
thank you, Mayor. I present for consideration an ordinance entitled ordinance number 2740-26, ordinance amending and supplementing the Township of Milburn Streets and Sidewalk Ordinance. We had introduced this to a meeting or 2 meetings ago, and this is about trying to get some order around sidewalks that are being shut down during construction process. Tonight is the time set for the public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with law.
I declare the hearing open.
Charles Bambara, Township resident for 30 years. I've been an engineer for 53 years. in that experience, 7 of those years were spent as a site safety coordinator for a laboratory facility and what's called in the industry a pilot plant, which is a small scale production unit to test out process concepts. Chemical engineer, but that experience in safety, I've seen a real issue with the safety of some of these sites. So I applaud your considering this, and I support its passage. It's very much needed. I have communicated some of my safety concerns to Alex McDonald, and he was extremely responsive in taking care of those things. But I can only see what I see. I don't see it all the time. I know the township is very aware of what's going on. And the police sergeant reached out to me, sent me a very kind email in response to my concern. He looked into it personally, and I appreciate that. I appreciate the personal response, but this is a very much needed ordinance because the safety at our construction sites in town that I have witnessed firsthand has been extremely concerning. Thank you.
I move that this public hearing be closed. Oh, sorry.
Sorry, I apologize, I'm a little.
My apologies.
And so as part of my comment, and it might be a short one, can somebody answer a question just really briefly? Does this include the grant that we got for updating the sidewalks and the bump outs on Milburn Avenue past or near starting at Taylor Park and going up, or is this something nothing to do with it? That's all I know. You can answer, Dave.
No.
Thank you. That's all I have no comment.
All right, that's it. I move that this public hearing be closed and that the ordinance be adopted on final reading, and that the township clerk be directed to post the ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with law.
Second.
Are there any remarks from the committee before we vote?
No.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove?
Yes.
Mr. Ceruto?
Yes.
Mr. Stoller? Mayor Sakamandy?
Yes. All right. Ordinance 2741-26. I'm scheduled to sponsor. I present for consideration an ordinance entitled Ordinance Number 2741-26. Bond ordinance providing for various field improvements at the Milburn High School by and in the Township of Milburn, the County of Essex, State of New Jersey, appropriating $4,500,000. Therefore, and authorizing the issuance of $4,275,000 bonds or notes township finance part of the costs thereof. Tonight is the time set for public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with law. I declare the hearing open.
Christine Best, Milburn Township. I'm just gonna speak, I'm gonna riff here, but I fully support this, and I hope that the other two members just in solidarity vote for it. I think that Environmental Commission, I don't know what's going on, because where were they when the other field went in by the library? And you know, it's just this, all of a sudden, they're in your space now. And so I fully support fields going forward. It's very concerning. Chopping down more trees is a bigger environmental disaster. You guys spent so much time. I don't even know who to thank. I mean, Nick Romano was involved in it. I thought Annette Romano supported it. I thought the Democrats supported it. So I'm just really confused, but it doesn't really matter. I really hope it goes through, and I'm a green person, so you know, I just want to thank you guys, and that's it.
Osman Bear, 30-year resident of town. I enumerated some of my experience, in my earlier comments. I'm a chemical engineer with over 53 years' experience. I also was, responsible for environmental compliance. So I know a little bit about that. But I did some calculations on chemicals, because if we're looking at environmental impacts, we have to look at the whole picture. And, last I was aware, I don't believe that turf fields require insecticides or fungicides or herbicides or fertilizer. But looking at the area of the fields that are proposed, round number, rough calculations, you know, I could be off by a factor of 2 either way, it really doesn't matter. But by my calculation, you're talking about roughly 1,000 pounds of insecticide per year. You're probably talking about, for the area of the fields we're talking about, probably talking about 1,000 pounds of fungicide, 1,000 pounds of herbicides to kill the weeds, and probably 2,000 pounds of fertilizer, chemical fertilizers. So if you look at a 10-year lifespan, let's say it's a 20-year lifespan, let's hope the field lasts a long time. Well, that's 10 tons of insecticides, 10 tons of herbicides, 10 tons of fungicides, and 20 tons of chemical fertilizers that are going to be applied to the turf field to get that grass to grow. And the Van Winkle tributary of the Rahway River runs just south of those fields. Probably 50% of those chemicals are going to run off. 50% will be retained in the soil. So there's an environmental impact putting turf in also. And let's not discount that. I think the turf fields are environmentally responsible just as well. In this case, they're called for by the need of the township and the recreation. Thank you.
Yeah, Gina Truitt, Short Hills. Just briefly, your ordinance actually doesn't say anything about the materials that you're going to use, so I think there isn't anyone in the room who would be comfortable with you passing this particular ordinance. Everyone knows that our students and our athletes and just recreational people who like to have recreation need fields to play on. I'm not on the environmental commission, but I was listening to their comments, and they didn't say anything about not wanting fields. So I just want to clarify that they never said that they don't want new fields, or they don't want fields for our athletes. And your ordinance tonight doesn't say anything about the materials, but they said, when I listened, that they wanted the opportunity to examine some other alternatives, and also to have more clarity on what you plan on putting down, which I don't think you've settled on. But one question, if you can answer later on when you make your comments, who decides, or who has the final word on what goes down on the field? What the contents, which company you're using, who decides that? Anyway, I'm here to say, no one's objecting to this ordinance. I haven't heard anyone say that they don't think the fields need some work.
Anyone else? Anyone online? All right, I move this public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on final reading, and that the township clerk be directed to post the ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with law. May I have a second, please?
Second.
Before we vote, I want to share a few remarks. Don't worry, I will keep them brief. Yeah, this project has been a long time coming. For years, our families, coaches, and kids have dealt with fields that simply cannot keep up with the demand our community places on them. Games get canceled, practices get moved, kids lose playing time, not because of scheduling, but because the fields can't take it. That's a real deficit, and it's one that the Township Committee and the Board of Education have been working together to address. The fact that we've been able to come together on this, two governing bodies aligned on a shared priority, is significant. I don't want that to get lost. Since the first reading, I've heard from residents on both sides of this issue, and I want to acknowledge that the concerns raised about environmental impact, about cost, about process come from a genuine place. We took those concerns seriously and we did additional homework. One question that came up repeatedly was whether engineered natural grass could be a viable alternative. We looked into it thoroughly. We consulted published research from the Rutgers Cooperative Extension, the Sports Field Management Association, and the Sports Turf Managers Association. The consensus across all of these sources is the same. Even a professionally constructed and maintained natural grass field can sustain roughly 20 to 24 hours of play per week before it begins to degrade. Our fields need to support more than 65 hours per week. That is not a gap you can engineer your way out of. I also want to be clear about what this bond ordinance authorizes. Funds the township's share of the project and allows us to move into the engineering and design phase, where detailed decisions about materials, drainage, and stormwater management will be made by professional engineers. We are not bypassing that process, we are funding it. This is an important step for our community, and I'm confident we've done the due diligence to take it. I'll be voting yes tonight. The other committee members?
Yeah, I just want to respond to Ms. Best. I think I just want to clear up a mix-up. I assume you're referring to Mr. Cosgrove and I as the other two. I don't know that that's so complimentary, but that's what you called us. We're not opposed to, I will be voting yes as well. I was opposed to funding it from the Open Space Trust Fund Committee, but I'm not opposed to funding the fields. I've supported that. I was on the committee that brought this forward. So the Democrats are still in favor of it.
I just say this is the culmination of a lot of hard work. Keep the politicization out of this. This is the culmination of people working hard from day one on the rec committee. This was a project that we all worked hand in hand. Everyone up here, regardless of what your affiliation is, everybody wants the fields for our children. When I speak about these fields, it does become very personal, because when my daughter comes home from flag football practice and she's covered in mud and, you know, possibly sprained an ankle, but we had 1,000 people in here, 1,000 families from the Milburn Soccer Club, 500 from the lacrosse club, 500 plus from the field hockey club. And we look at what we're doing. This is just an affirmation of how this community has come together to do something wonderful for our township.
Just want to say, you know, really excited, and I want to add to Mr. Stoller's comments, all those who were involved thus, you know, along the entire journey. It's been something that was discussed forever, and it's so exciting to see it come together. I've read every study as well. I've read every comment from the Environmental Commission and from all different voices on this. And I think we're going to come to a great material that makes sense. And look forward to, you know, I don't know, kicking a soccer ball. What do you want to, you know, what's going to be the first sport on this field? So I fully support it, and I appreciate the engagement. I mean, look, nothing's going to be perfect, but certainly this is going to bring us a little bit closer to it.
And just to reiterate what Mr. Serrera said, Orgus is not going to put that little child, that fourth grader, on a surface that's not good, safe, compliant. I would not put my 14-year-old on a surface that's not safe, compliant. You know, so, you know, keeping that in mind, we're all going to do what's best for our children, as we're doing right now.
Mayor Cosgrove, any comments?
No, thank you.
Okay. In that case, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove?
Yes.
Mr. Ceruto?
Yes.
Mr. Stoller?
Yeah.
Mayor Sakamandy?
Yes.
Thank you.
Sorry.
You voted Mr. Stoller.
The mayor voted.
I'm not going to give up this vote. It's an emphatic, absolute yes. It's a culmination of everyone's day. Congratulations, everybody.
All right.
Committeeman Cohen is recused from the next ordinance.
Oh. Ordinance 2742-26, Committeeman Ceruto is scheduled to sponsor.
I present for consideration an ordinance titled Ordinance Number 2742-26, an ordinance of the Township of Milburn, County of Essex, authorizing the Township of Milburn to execute an agreement for sale as to portions of real property located at 10 Rand Circle, Milburn, New Jersey 07041. Tonight is the time set for public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with law.
I declare the hearing open.
Okay, I move that this public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on final reading and the township clerk be directed to post the ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with law.
You have a second?
Second.
Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen has abstained or recused. Mr. Cosgrove?
Yes.
Mr. Ceruto?
Yes.
Mr. Stoller? Mayor Sakamandu?
Yes.
Thank you.
Ordinance 2743-26. Brendan Stoller is scheduled to sponsor.
I present for consideration an ordinance entitled ordinance number 2743-26, an ordinance of the Township of Milburn, County of Essex, authorizing the Township of Milburn to execute an easement agreement granting an easement and right of way on real property located at 14 Heron Circle, Milburn, New Jersey 07041. Tonight is the time set for public hearing and final passage as advertised in accordance with law.
I declare the hearing open.
I move that this public hearing be closed and the ordinance be adopted on final reading and the township clerk be directed to post the ordinance by title as passed on final reading in accordance with law.
Second.
Are there any remarks from the committee before we vote? None, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove?
Yes.
Mr. Ceruto?
Yes.
Mr. Stoller? Mayor Sakamandu?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, resolutions. Resolution 26-117, appoint members to long-term strategic planning advisory committee. I have a motion to approve resolution 26-117.
Motion.
Have a second?
Second.
Just-
Comments?
Yeah, just want to say, I think this is an amazing group. We have, Ms. Lou in the audience. Thank you very much for being here as well. We had, we had seen her volunteer interest form come through and in a conversation many months ago, and it's great to see your interest once again. For example, we had a conversation about restaurants in town and unbelievable retail opportunities. So, this is, just an example of the talent. So thank you very much for being present and her husband as well. Excited to get this going. So let's roll.
All right, with that, unless there's no other comments, we'll move on to roll call vote, please.
Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Cosgrove?
No.
Mr. Ceruto?
Yes.
Mr. Stoller?
Her.
Mayor Sakamandu?
Yes. Right. Resolution 26-118, appoint members to Cultural Diversity Advisory Committee. I have a motion to approve resolution 26-118.
Motion.
We have a second?
Second.
All right, any comments? We talked about this a lot tonight.
Yeah, I would say it's a great group.
Great. All right, roll call vote?
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Cosgrove?
Yes.
Mr. Ceruto?
Yes.
Mr. Stoller? Mayor Sakamandu?
Yes. Right, we have no old business, new business, ordinance process, Deputy Mayor Cosgrove. That's something you want to say on this?
Yeah, thank you very much. A few meetings, and I'm hoping again to convince the majority of this group. A few meetings ago, Mayor Sakamandu made an announcement that he had decided to change the timing of our consideration of ordinances. I've spoken to him twice about it, trying to get him a reverse course. He's indicated he does not want to do that. Ordinances normally here were introduced one meeting and then there'd be two meetings in between, which gave ample time for citizens and frankly, the folks on the dais here to look at the ordinance, evaluate it, get their evidence together, get their arguments together, do research, etc. And the purpose was, to allow plenty of time. It's part of the transparency deal that I think every one of us up here made when we were running for office. Keep in mind that everyone here on the dais, I think, has made that statement about transparency. This is an integral part of it. I see a number of folks in the audience that I suspect might feel the same way. That 2 weeks is not enough. 2 weeks between introduction and passing is not enough. Keep in mind that residents, if you're one of the residents, you get these agendas at about 4 p.m. on a Friday. And then Tuesday, it's on the first time, and then now 2 weeks later, it's gonna be on for final. If you look at this past 2 week period, a lot of people were gone on holiday. So you really, this one is an example, all these are on, you got 2 weeks to look at these things. Maybe a week, and you got on Friday night. We also have summer coming up, and any ordinances set up on the agenda there, of course, you're gonna be shortchanged. Not so long ago, I was on your side of the dais here, in connection with the Silverman project and things like that, and I can tell you that it takes a lot of time to get people together, to get them educated, to be able to show up here and then speak intelligently to the five of us about what you like about something and what you don't like about something. Keep in mind too that, like tonight, none of these ordinances are emergencies. Nobody's hair is on fire. There's no need for it to be done in 2 weeks, and shortchange, people, and many of you have heard me probably over time, again, when I was on both sides of this dais, saying just because we, meaning we, can do something, meaning I don't have to give you more than 2 weeks, doesn't mean we should do. And that's I think a valid point to think about. There's a lot of things you can do in life, and it doesn't mean you should do them. And this is one thing where you folks are gonna get shorted. The opportunity to really dig into something, get your folks together, and show up. Now, why someone can always, fashion a justification for trying to rush these things in 2 weeks. But again, look at the ones that are on tonight, and honestly, any one of you, tell me that any one of those is an emergency that has to be done in that 2 week period, shortchanging everybody. The plan also puts unnecessary stress and pressure on the township employees who roll up. So I'd like to hear each committee man's and maybe the audience's thoughts on whether this is a good idea or bad.
So I'm gonna start. So I need to correct the record here. So the reason that there used to be a gap of one meeting in between the first and second read of the ordinances is because the reporting requirements in New Jersey were that you had to put the notice in 2 of the local papers. And the publishing schedule of the Milburn item was such that the timing didn't work out to get them in time. A bunch of other towns, Livingston, Summit included, I asked Attorney Cantor, any of your other towns, skip, between first and second read. And I believe your answer was they don't, right?
So that's correct. So just so everybody understands what the rule is that the notice provision applies to the public hearing. Public hearing requires 10 days published notice. That law has changed in that we can publish our notices on our website. So I think that even Committee Cosgrove said he understands we can do it. The law is you need 10 days. The law says you need 10 days notice for a public hearing. So you could introduce on a Tuesday, and then 2 weeks later, if it gets put up on the website 10 days prior, it can be adopted at the next meeting. As far as my other towns, which the mayor asked me about, Livingston does not have a gap. I'm also Mr. Attorney North Caldwell. They didn't used to have a gap, and now they have a regular meeting followed by a conference meeting followed by a regular meeting, and they only pass ordinances at regular meetings, so there is a gap. But if there is circumstances which require ordinances to be adopted sooner, they will adopt an ordinance at a conference meeting. And Morris Township meets once a month, so they don't have a gap. That would mean there'd be 2 months in between. I do think that Milburn is unique to the gap. I'm going to survey most towns. I'm not discounting anything that Committeeman Cosgrove says. I'm just stating facts.
Yeah, so it's also, so Summit also doesn't have a gap. I mean, most towns that I find don't have a gap. It's about efficiency. We are the most transparent township committee I think this town has ever seen. Right now, if you want, you can go to the website, you can sign up for the Milburn Alert, or we're calling it now, and you can check a little box. It'll notify you right away when there's new agendas, we have new ordinances, so you can easily get alerted about this. And a lot of these ordinances, we bring them up in new business, we tend to talk about them for a meeting or two, and then they finally move on to an ordinance. So to have this gap is just causing unnecessary delay and slowing down progress. I think that we have a lot of stuff that we want to get done this year, with a lot of priorities, and there's no reason to introduce this artificial gap. It existed because of a law that has changed, and now with the 48-hour notice requirement, there's no reason to belabor some of these. So I think there's no reason for us to be any different than other towns. We shouldn't have a gap, and that's my 2 cents on it.
Yeah, you wanted to hear from every township committee person, Mr. Cosgrove. So, no one forced us to run for these positions to sit up here. If we have to do a little extra work to get ahead of it, we do. And I don't think your suggestion we don't. But the community at large voted for every one of us to be up here with the mental capacity to understand and move these along at a pace that's very commensurate with the local business in New Jersey and what we're doing. Speaking to Jared and hearing that, there is, all of our surrounding towns, we want to be progress, we want to be leaders, not followers. We don't want these to result in politicization and undue delays. I mean, prime example is the euphoria I feel right now for getting those fields done, pressing those through and knowing how big of a uphill battle we had. So for that reason, I think it would definitely be in our best interest to keep the schedule as we have it. Now, that doesn't mean that there are going to be some items that we might agree as a committee
And we can do
that we want to push out and we want more time, and we have, I'm going to Germany next week, I'll be gone. If I had a problem and I said, hey guys, I need more time, someone be working, I think everybody here would say, okay, take more time. So, I think just being honest with ourselves, being true to what we're trying to pass, and through the transparency as well. Let's not delay what's coming to what we can do to help improve this community.
Personally, I don't see any reason to make this change. I mean, if there was something, these things are not emergencies, as Mr. Cosgrove said, and when we did have an emergency, which was probably the only time I can think of in the 4 years that I've been on this, was for those affordable housing ordinances. We ended up doing a special meeting to make sure that we met the deadline, which, we were well aware that we would have missed, given that our meeting was the day after the deadline. So, I mean, again, it's whichever way. We can do it either way, right? We can push something up when it is an emergency, and I think that's just better. I mean, if it gives people more time to understand what's going on. We already heard a complaint as a first public comment that nobody knows what half of these ordinances are. And if you shorten the time between first and second reading, that just even allows even less time for them to understand. So I don't see any reason to change. I think we should treat an emergency when it arises and move it up as needed, but leave the rest with the skip meeting.
I'd like to point out in the summer, we only have one meeting, so.
But we don't
if
skip,
you have a delay.
we don't have to, I don't know that we skip that. That means 4 weeks is 4 weeks, if it's one meeting. I don't think we do the July things in September.
Okay, well then that's an inconsistency, so for
But the
3 months of
meetings
the year,
are
we do it differently.
Okay,
What I
well,
think is
It's not the number of meetings, it's the amount of time, and that's the 4
the
weeks.
additional delay should be the exception, not the rule.
Okay, Mr. Cosgrove asked for everybody. So, look, I think we heard from former Mayor Eglo, who is very familiar with the procedures. Look, give credit where credit's due. I think we have an opportunity to do a better job of doing recaps of what's going on. We do a Milburn message every week. Could there be a link or a reminder that, hey, click here to view the ordinances that are pending? And it doesn't even have to be a big administrative. It's the same link. Every week you click the same thing and that page populates every week, right? Depending on if there's drafts or whatever. I think that's the best way to move forward here. And I leave it to the mayor's discretion. It's the mayor's that sets the agenda. And look, I think the strong advisement I would give is, look, if it's something that needs more time, that's going to be controversial, we give it more time. And I think it's pretty standard practice that we do put things in new business, old business. I don't think anybody's in a rush to get any of this stuff done unless it's in a critical manner. So those are my comments. I think we could do a better job of the advertisement. you know, we mentioned some of these towns that you've, you know, mentioned, Mr. Cantor. I don't know if they do recaps of some sort. I know somebody brought up Summit. I don't know why. You don't represent Summit. It's Jacoby, right? But so they do a lot of, anyways, I think I think everybody understands what I'm trying to say. I think we can do a better job of doing recaps and previews. And I know Ms. Truitt's mentioned it in the past also, you know, it's a nice thing. We do the Millburn message, and we used to do a newsletter. We're coming on, we just came across a quarter of the year, right? So maybe it's time to do a quarterly, report or quarterly, newsletter as well. I don't know what anybody feels about that, but how do you feel about that, Mr. Costello? I don't know, I'm just thinking something.
I'm not against the quarterly report, but that doesn't solve the problem. We've got people in the audience here who are gonna get shortchanged. And again, it's just because we can do it, doesn't mean we should be doing it. And
Okay.
even if all of us, because we know what's going on, can get up to speed, which I was not inferring that anyone wasn't up to speed on this side. I know, having been on that side of the dais, that you need that time to get people out there to, you know, even the fields is an example, right? There was people on one side saying, no, you know, we want natural turf. There were people saying we want artificial better. All of those people did tons of research, I know from the comments.
Yeah.
And the time was what you needed to be able to do that.
So I don't think this, so Mayor, if you don't mind me saying, I don't think this needs to just be, this is what we're doing from now. Why don't we just say, we're gonna be diligent about when we're reviewing the ordinances, and the mayor's gonna make the determination based on.
I don't mean to cut you off, and
That's
I know Mr. Bell probably correct this anyway. So the mayor doesn't set, when the hearing date is. It's a motion, I was giving you a compliment, you're gonna tell us.
I don't know.
Let me
Along with
finish.
the clerk.
The mayor or the clerk doesn't set it. You make a motion to introduce and set a hearing date. It's voted on by a roll call vote. So it's basically the entire committee sets the hearing date for each ordinance by motion. Because when you introduce it, you're also moving to set a public hearing date. So as part of that motion practice, that's when it gets decided. So it doesn't, and I understand that the default's gonna be the next time and you'll have votes, but it's each ordinance hearing date is set by a motion, and that motion includes, just like if it's being referred to the planning board, it's a motion to introduce, refer to planning board and set a public hearing date. So it's actually every ordinance is individually hearing date is set by motion.
Right, but the
So the mayor
recommendation,
doesn't set it.
right, but there's a recommendation, I assume I don't,
It may be form over substance, I'm just.
okay, all right, so let me just take that, let me retract what I said.
Well, that's another, but you just bring up a good point, the ordinances that have to go to the planning board, you know, before the second reading, that becomes a scheduling issue.
We will leave sufficient time there, and depending on when the planning board
That's
meets,
right.
that may be, you know, it might be a meeting, it might be 2 meetings, it really depends on when
When
the
they
planning
meet,
board
that's
meets,
right.
and we'll accommodate that.
Yeah, I'm sort of, I think we're putting the cart before the horse. I think it's an
Our piece on this.
I think it's a by the ordinance situation. I think it's gotta be by the ordinance to make the determination. But I do think that, I don't know, I wanna hear from how everybody else feels about this sort of update, you know, Millburn message, I don't know.
Let's
With
talk
an
about
ordinance
that as
page.
new business next time. I think that deserves its own conversation.
I don't really think it's a long conversation. I mean,
I'm
everybody
fine
agree
with
with
putting, I think we talked about it, we
The
wanna have a
Millburn
link
message?
in the Millburn message to
Yeah.
upcoming ordinances.
what does everybody think about that?
I mean,
More information is always
Good, all right, so that's direction.
That's the link in the Millburn message, that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, we're a reference to.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, no problem.
Excellent.
All right.
I want to- this is a good meeting.
Second public comment. Public comment period is to allow for final comments from the community. I'm invited to speak. For your comments, please come to the lectern, clearly state your name, whether you're a Millburn resident, your business owner. Please do not provide your full address, seeing as our meetings are recorded and readily available to the public. Reminder that in order to facilitate the order of the meeting, to permit all to be heard, speakers shall limit their comments to 1 3-minute session.
Charles Van Mara, 30-year resident of Millburn Trail. A week ago tonight, the Charter Study Commission concluded their their commission. They made their recommendations and the reports are being drawn up. But one of the key components, the committee was made up of actually, to my knowledge, 3 Democrats, 1 Republican, and 1 independent. But all of their votes of note, all of their votes were unanimous. One of the things they voted on was to make committee elections nonpartisan. And if anything really reinforces that, it's what I witnessed here tonight. Because I'm a member of one party, I don't want to be adversaries of other people in this township, of my neighbors, of fellow townspeople. We should really be all pulling together. And tonight's meeting was very polarized. I respect each of you. I respect the job you're doing, and you had sound reasoning for each of your decisions. I'm not disputing that. It's just unfortunate that it was so polarized, and that I had to sit here and witness that. And my hope is that the recommendations of the Charter Study Commission, when they're voted on in June, that passes, that we could maybe put an end to some of this and work closer together and not be adversaries. Thank you.
Jean Pasternak, 28-year resident, chair of the statutorily required Republican Committee. I've long been an active volunteer and former elected Board of Ed member, and I do not appreciate Mr. Cohen's attempt at the politics of personal destruction. I first proposed a strategic planning effort from this podium 5 years ago, and I'm honored to now serve on this committee. Notably, despite repeated attempts, I was never appointed to a GC committee across 6 or 7 successive Democratic administrations, an important contrast to this administration's approach. Regarding the Open Space Trust, I attended both recent meetings. I believe Mr. Cosgrove missed the first one. At the second meeting, his account does not align with my recollection. I remember a majority supported allocating the 25% toward the field funding. 100% allocation was considered but not supported, and a 15% proposal received no second or discussion. Multiple members stated that there were no projects currently in the pipeline in response to Ms. Patel's inquiry. Holding taxpayer funds without a legitimate use is inappropriate. His characterization of the meeting conflicts with what I believe occurred. The tone is also concerning. Why raise these issues publicly in such an uncollegial way, rather than bringing concerns to the mayor or attorney before the meeting? This approach undermines credibility, particularly given his ineffective liaison role with CETA, where accountability gaps went unaddressed. The effort by Mr. Cosgrove and Mr. Cohen to derail at the 11th hour a decade-long initiative to expand playing time and operational fields for our children is at best unprofessional. Approving a project without funding is not true support. I commend Ben Stoller, Frank Sacamendi, the Board of Ed, and the Recreation Commission for advancing this long overdue project and supporting passage of the Open Space Trust. As we heard tonight, numerous initiatives led by Frank, Ben, and Jamie are actively improving our town. It is fair to ask, why the negativity now when long-stalled progress is finally being made? I also note that several speakers tonight, including members of the Democratic Committee, its chair, Ms. Desmarais, and candidates Beth Zoll and Bill Brazel, did not identify their affiliations. At the start of the year, meetings were collaborative and constructive. With election season underway, that has shifted to clear acrimony. So the question for residents, my fellow residents, is simple. Who is politicizing and who is delivering results for our taxpayers and residents? Thank you.
Bill Kirsch, Milburn resident. I just had a couple of quick thoughts about the ordinance process. I mean, I think it can be done either way. I think certainly the township committee members can maybe handle the shorter process, but I think we've seen over time, especially there are many times when residents have felt that they were left out, and they weren't, but they weren't always paying attention. I think they're doing other things and they're not digging in behind the agendas online, and they do need time, I think, to get their act together and feel like they're more of the process. I think that's one thing that argues for a longer for that gap. Not that it's no longer necessary, and like I said, you folks probably don't need it for all the hard work you do, but I think speaking for myself, for a lot of residents, we do need time to catch up sometimes. The other thing is, it was mentioned about that apparently some ordinances need to go before the planning board or some other body. And I think it could be confusing in the process if we have first readings where, well, this one's gonna be this date, but this one's gonna be a further date. That default of the gap, I think, kind of covers most of the problems and makes it more uniform, less confusing. But that, just a couple of thoughts I had while you're discussing this. Thanks.
Chairman Feld, been a long evening. In my emails, a situation occurred at the last DIN meeting on March 26th about issues about oversight of this committee over to Sid. I hope that becomes a matter of discussion. Because many of us had to leave that meeting to go to the Charter Study Commission meeting that night. But you need to look at the video. You need to look at the statements that were made. This is a unique situation with our SID. It's appointed by this committee. It's located in Town Hall. 50% of the executive director's salary is paid by taxpayers, not by special assessment. But there was comments made, and I urge you as your fiduciary duties to investigate and confirm who is right, who has oversight of that committee. Thank you.
One more time since I'm here, Regina True at Short Hills, thanks again for your service. I wanted to start out by thanking Mr. Cohen and Mr. Cosgrove for your courage and clarity on voting no on using the open space trust funds to fund athletic fields, particularly the turf, since we know the turf is most likely going to go there. I looked back at some of the marketing for this ballot question, which the voters approved. And in the marketing, it talks about convert ugly unused lots into green space, restore forests, meadows, and woodlands, increase biodiversity, mitigate flooding, and combat the heat island effect. It's ironic that that's there because we all know that turf fields actually do increase the heat island effect. So thank you for voting no and for your clarity on how those funds should be used. I also wanted to say I really like Jamie's comment on the ordinance link. I think that would be valuable if you're going to shorten the time or as you consider that. So many people are busy, they're working, they're raising families, they're just not, maybe have the time, and maybe someday they will, like I did. I certainly didn't pay attention when I was a young working mother. And now that I'm more involved, I do know about some of these things, but even some of them get by me. I actually met Mr. Cosgrove because of the Woodland Road project, and somebody called me on it and said, you need to pay attention to this. And so much of this is word of mouth, and you really need time for that word of mouth to happen for people who are busy working families. And the other point I wanted to make on that is that Mr. Sfruto is probably very familiar with the school calendar. There's a lot of vacations and breaks. People are away. They're well-deserved breaks. So I think our families, particularly with ordinances that may be relevant to them, need more time. So I would be fully in favor of having the 4-week gap be maintained with, and if there's emergency measures that really need to happen, then you would notify the public that this is an urgent matter that needs a quicker resolution. Thank you.
Richard Cyber, resident. So just a clarification. So it's a state law that says that a non-resident must be a board member of the library? Can be or must be?
At least 4 residents, at least 4 of the members have to be residents.
At least 4, but it doesn't say that a non-resident is required.
No, they're not required. At least 4 have to be residents.
All right, cool. And then one other thing. So in my life of being a businessman, I found that lawyers make money the longer they can prolong the project. But businessmen try to get it done as quick as possible. Thank you.
No.
Chris Heinrichs, Melbourne resident. Just a quick comment on the ordinance process. I understand Mr. Cosgrove's comments. Nothing annoyed me more on the Board of Education when something would come out on Thursday. I had a busy weekend plan and the meetings were on Monday. It was a cram constant. Having said that, I definitely think about this issue the other way around, that most ordinances that probably go through the town are not that critical. So efficiency is key. Doing one meeting next, get it done, you're all well versed on the issue, because the problem I found with delays, it's like, oh, what's this thing again? And I almost had to relearn the issue multiple times. And I would defer to this committee, as the lawyer explained, you all vote on when the date is for the public hearing. So if it's a bigger issue, one you think the public needs to be aware of, it's like, hey guys, let's just give this one a month, give it several meetings. I think you're intelligent enough to make those decisions. So I would encourage you to adopt the flexibility to have the efficiency, and then if more time is needed, that's what you can do. Thank you.
Okay, Christine Best. Milburn. I wanted to ask Alex, I didn't get to finish all my questions about CETA. So maybe you can answer this for me. I don't know if a grant was given to CETA for that money by the Short Hills Mall or how they acquired those funds, but I would like to understand how those funds were acquired. And if it was given by the Short Hills Mall, I want to understand if there was any agreement that we can't have some business in town because of it. I just want to understand and make sure, and want to make sure that money coming from retail organizations might be better directed to organizations like Explore. And I'm saying that as a resident, not as a member of the board. I also want to point out that the Art Advisory Committee really was not consulted, and I'm not speaking for them, I'm speaking for myself. We have an Art Advisory Committee in town, and there's a lot of duplication, and I really do think that that committee should be driving any type of artistic process in the township rather than a diversity committee. Maybe, they could go to the art committee and ask them how to do a mural like this in the future. I also wanted to understand just in general, and this is something that came up recently in a meeting, and this, Alex, you might know the history on this better because it might have been before your time. Do we have an agreement, like a handshake agreement or an in-writing agreement with the Short Hills Mall in terms of proximity of businesses in our downtown? I'd like to understand that as it pertains to the health of our downtown. I also wanted to talk about, I've noticed on some of the Explore social media pages that we have public township business items going into advertising spaces. So I just want to make sure that things like the township sidewalk cleanup rules, child passenger safety rules from the town, and public info session rules, that the Explore Milburn site stays pure for retail, because that's what that organization is for. It's for the retail health of our town. And I also wanted to one second, I'm sorry, I'm just a little tired. Oh, I can't remember anything. I do want to apologize to you guys. I am just really tired, and I forget people's names sometime when I'm tired, so it wasn't because I was being disrespectful. I think highly of you, that's why I was begging you, so I want to make sure I told you that, and I'm sorry. I do say I'm sorry and admit when I'm wrong, and I was wrong that I didn't differentiate between your different opinions on the funding. I also want to point out that the funding was, yes, I understand, I'm not thinking.
Is there anyone online? Anyone else?
I'll make this quick and hopefully I'm the last one. Monica Rogella, president in Milburn for about 14 years. First time home meeting, so I'm very impressed. Township committee meeting. Very impressed with the finances and everything. This is the town that I bought into and felt like was well run, and now it's confirmed. Just want to remind about the turf. Congratulations on the passage of the turf. I want to remind the committee and your partner, Board of Education, there's another sport that would benefit from this, and that's baseball. Just want to keep that in mind as you go through the design process and the scope of the the first phase, just want to keep that in mind. We'd love to see that JV field turf as well, so keep it down. Thank you.
All right, I will now close public comment. Any of the committee members have any comments?
I'll start. Thank you for those kind words, very much appreciated. And, it starts with the first step, right? And getting the first part, those first 2 fields done. And it also offers a fantastic cricket pitch as well, which is badly needed for our community. I'd actually like to take a second just to thank everybody on this dais, everybody that participates for your time. I know exactly how much time you guys put in, how much effort. So thank you guys for all the hard work you guys do.
I'll be quick. I thought I had made myself clear, but given Ms. Pasternak's comments, I guess I didn't. I agree, you can't approve a project and start with funding. I was never opposed to funding the fields. I was only opposed to funding it through the Open Space Trust Fund. I thought that we have, that money should be used for other things, and we have some huge amount, I don't remember now what it was, in the fund balance that if push came to shove, we could have taken it from that. But I have always been a supporter of the fields, just not the way that we have chosen to fund it.
No comment on that. I forget who mentioned this, that there was something political about the vote tonight, or there certainly isn't. Just because 2 people or 1 person doesn't agree on a certain thing, doesn't make it political. I think that's part of the process. There's times when we've agreed on, all 4 of us have agreed on something, such as the fields, is unanimous both times. No one said that was political. Tonight, I disagreed with a few of the votes. And then I'll address a comment made by Ms. Pasternak, that somehow is blaming me for what may or may not have happened at CETA. I was at 1 CETA meeting. And it was a meeting that I understood to be just an update on the mural, not an organizational meeting, et cetera. But I will pass on, to Mayor, that I do not want to be on that committee anymore. So after tonight, I'm not. Thank you.
I'll just say, once again, as I said, I think at the top of the meeting, regarding, the desire to create sort of an arts council. I think we've had a lot of really great interest in art amongst so many different people. And it's just not funneling through the right, it just has nowhere to go. The Art Advisory Committee and its structure is not, it can't ask for money, there's all these restrictions. So I think there's an ordinance that Mr. McDonald and I were taking a look at in a neighboring community. So we're gonna try to, this is my preview to the Township Committee. But I'd like to, if anybody has interest in getting involved in art, feel free to get in touch with me. I'm gonna try to seek out some folks as well from the different groups. But let's get a process in place. Let's get something just focused on art. I think when things get too confused, you start cooking French food in an Italian restaurant. And you know how that works out.
Everything's food.
Right, how about that? Can somebody tell I haven't even did it? Turf fields. Excited, very excited. Thank you.
Motion to adjourn the meeting.
Motion.
All in favor?
Aye.